my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
Bishop g5 with mate.
No way.
He has to give it. Mate. You put it mate.
Chance, rook f7. Oh, whoa, no! No!
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodibek Abdusattorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Hello and welcome to the moment we have all been waiting for, the grand finale of Norway Chess on this final day of chess and Armageddon. Who will emerge victorious? Will it be tournament leader Fabiano Caruana, or will it be Hikaru Nakamura that will snatch glory at that last minute? Stay tuned, because today it is all happening. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and as always, it's a great pleasure to be here in the Stavanger studio alongside the legendary Grandmaster Judith Polgar and the awesome Grandmaster and commentator David Howell. Oh, we are coming to the final moment. It's what the world has been waiting for. And Judith, there are 2 contenders, Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru is in a must-win situation. He needs to win the classical game. How can he do it?
Well, that's a good question. He has to be very brave, and he has to have a very straightforward mindset for it. And of course, a very good opening preparation and luck.
Okay. And David, of course, on the other end of the board is Fabiano Caruana, who has been playing amazing chess so far. But what does he have to do to make that much needed draw?
For Fabiano, it's just about doing what he's done throughout the entire tournament. He's been by far the most impressive player up to this point. He's looked untroubled other than just one game, and if he's solid, if he doesn't allow the nerves to get to him, he still starts as the favourite.
Okay, and it was a very exciting day yesterday at Norway Chess. For tournament leader Fabiano Caruana, it felt like business as usual as he comfortably secured a draw against Wesley So with the white pieces and then outwitted Wesley in the Armageddon. But there was one person, Gukash, who actually won their classical game in very stylish fashion. Is Gukash having the tournament of his lifetime, Judith?
I think he's having a great tournament. He won 2 classical games and he's fighting like a lion.
And David, yesterday 4 Armageddons. Some surprising results there.
Yeah, some surprising results, including, importantly for the standings, Abdusattorov beating Nakamura in the Armageddon. And yeah, it's been up and down for a lot of players, but Magnus Carlsen now on 7 out of 7 Armageddon wins in a row. Will he add another one to his collection today?
I can't wait to find out. We'll see what his strategy is. And let's take a look at today's, well, the round's standings. And at the top of the table, it is fabulous Fabiano Caruana with an amazing 16 points out of 24. In second place, Hikaru Nakamura, 13.5. But take a look at all those people in contention for second place. Gukash, Anish Giri and Wesley So all have a shot at securing a lot of money. So a lot of action today. And talking about what is happening today, well, there is only one match, and that is the big encounter between Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces. He's in second place against Fabiano Caruana. This one is going to be red hot. Any other matches that kind of stand out for you?
Well, obviously everybody is going to be watching that specific game between the 2 Americans, but I'm also very much interested about what's going on, how Wesley will be playing against Gukash, because still last round, still something to fight on, and I like to see Gukash, how is he going to do? Is he going to get pass pawns again?
Yeah. And David, what have you got your eyes on?
It's the big American clash there, but also Magnus Carlsen, will he win a classical game? This will be the first time in years and years that he will not have won a classical game in a tournament if he fails to beat Abdusattorov today. So for him, ending the tournament on a high, I think will be all important.
Certainly. And there's a lot of chess at Norway Chess, and everyone likes the stats. So we've collected them for you. Basically, we have collected the amount of openings that have been played, and there you can see at the top is the Ruy Lopez, and you can see it hasn't had a successful outing, only 43% in White's favour. Are there any other stats that stand out for you, Judith?
Well, for me, something is wrong there, because I see that the Sicilian 0 victory with White and 4 draws and 1 losses. There's something really wrong here. If I would have been playing on the tournament, for sure that will be a little bit different statistic on Sicilian.
Challenge for you, Judith. And for you, David,
well,
any surprises?
What strikes out, what stands out to me is the fact that the Ruy Lopez, the Sicilian Judith, and the Italian are 3 of White's most popular openings after 1 e4. There have been no wins for White there in the classical encounters. That means e4 struggling this tournament in the longer games. Really fascinating stats.
And there is an honourable mention to the London system, because Gukash played it yesterday, just the once, and he got a 100% record. So I'm getting bragging rights as a Londoner. And of course, Norway Chess, it is a fighting chess tournament, and it's all due to the unique tournament format. And take a look at this, it's a 10-player single round robin, 120 minutes for the entire game. There is no increment added until the players reach move 40, and upon which 10 seconds is added per move. It's not a lot of time. And in the case of a draw, it is Armageddon that breaks the tie. So much fun, so much chess, and of course, no draw offers before move 30. And here we are. It is the encounter that has been building now for days. Hikaru Nakamura against Fabiano Caruana. The podcaster versus the streamer, or two super grandmasters actually.
Yeah, and interestingly, until the last second, there was no eye contact at all, just dodging any kind of any eye contact there. Hikaru, but occasionally looking over at his opponent. You can feel the tension in the air. Hikaru determined to win this one. It is a win or nothing for him. Second place, he won't be happy with. And for Fabiano, a draw will guarantee the title. But of course, with the black pieces, no guarantees.
Well, absolutely. You can feel the tension, don't you? The way Nakamura is sitting right there, and then time to time he looks back with his eye, not turning his head, just looks a little bit on Fabi.
There's no friendliness there at all. And Hikaru did actually say in an interview yesterday that these two were not rivals. There was no animosity between them, but they were competitors. And here is another important encounter, and this one could potentially determine second place if everything backfires with Hikaru. Wesley So with the white pieces against younger Cash, now 17 years old, who really is performing absolutely marvelously.
Yeah, Kukesh might be only 17, but on the live rankings right now, he's number 13 in the world. He could get very close to the top 10 if he wins this game against Wesley. Really, really impressive stuff from the teenager. Yeah, on the edge of 17. And Magnus, he's got to uphold Norwegian honor here in front of the home fans. Neither of the Norwegian players has won a classical game so far in the event, so he will want to change that, put the record straight. But Nordebek, Abdusattorov, great day yesterday, taking down Hikaru in the Armageddon. It wouldn't be an easy battle.
I think it was an easy victory for him, so now today still all his energy can put into the last round.
Yeah. And it's an interesting psychological scenario for Hikaru here, because if Hikaru takes too many risks and it all backfires on him, there are other people waiting in the lines to kind of catch him up. You know, you have Kukesh half a point behind him, also Wesley So and Anish Giri, they're on 11.5 points with classical wins in their encounters. They can leapfrog over Hikaru. So my question is, like, how much risk should Hikaru take?
Well, I know that we want him to take risk. The fans want him to take risk. His viewers on his channel want him to take risks because first prize, eternal glory, going down in the history books. That's the most important thing. But as you mentioned, Jovanka, tumbling down to 4th or 5th place would not be a great way to end the tournament. So, yeah, it's hard to say, Judith. You've been in situations like this before. What do you think Hikaru's approach should be?
Well, I think it's very difficult to say because Hikaru had to make a decision how he wants to play. I think he can only win if he has a very clear strategy, not only generally talking about the opening preparation, but also if he decided in his mindset that he's going to give all in. He's not going to be ready for compromises, and whenever it's possible, he's going to go for a risky play, or maybe he's not going to play risky at all. And so far in this opening, as we've seen, it was not so successful so far in this tournament, right? So after, we can't say that e4 is a mistake these days, but according to the stats, we could.
Yeah, absolutely. And knight f3, we predict that Fabi will also develop his knight to knight c6. And now Hikaru looking up to the ceiling. Is he going to develop his bishop to b5, bishop c4? It's an Italian.
It's an Italian. Good news for Hikaru is that it will lead to a very tense game. He has a lot of experience here, mostly from the black side. The bad news is that nobody has won with white in the Italian in the classical this tournament either. And wow, going for, in the two knights variation, he's going for the fried liver attack. He's hitting the f7 pawn. This is, at least it was popular in my youth, Jovanka, Judith. Is this a surprise to you? Not many top players employ this knight g5 move these days.
It was actually recommended by Wesley So in his Chessable course, and I tried my hand at it a few times online, and it was too much greed for lack of development. Okay, we see pawn takes pawn, and you won't hear me often say those words. Sometimes it's good to suffer for that extra material.
Well, is Nakamura going to be testing Fabi's memory, or does he have something special prepared, cooked for today.
Yeah, and this position does lead to a pawn sacrifice. This move confirms it. Fabiano wasn't able to recapture a pawn in the center earlier. There were some really nice tactics, really nice tricks there for white. Instead, he's gaining time against the white bishop. White is a pawn up, but will have to lose a lot of tempi now, retreating white's light square bishop, retreating white's knight from g5 over the next couple of turns. And bishop d3, this move was trendy a few years back. But there's a lot of theory here. Fabiano, of course, will have done his homework. You don't sacrifice a pawn when you're happy with the draw, unless you're 100% sure of what's happening. What do you make of this, Judith? What's transpired on the board?
Actually, I have no idea what's going on here because I was playing it with none of the colors. And I think it's all worked out. It's theoretical.
Yeah.
There are several sensible moves. Knight d5, interesting, attacking the knight on g5 and having ideas of knight f4 attacking.
Yeah.
g2, d3, bishop.
This is one of the main lines still. Here, black usually plays the move bishop to d6 just to defend the e-pawn, but there are sharper alternatives as well. Bishop d6 I'm expecting, and yeah, there's a couple of sharp lines here. Either after white castles, black goes for knight f4, it becomes very positional after capturing the bishop on d3, or black often even just strikes out as quickly as possible by playing the move f5. And there's been a lot of developments there. There've been games between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen. There've been plenty of lines where black sacrifices even more material. But right now, pawn down, Fabi needs quick development to compensate.
And he does develop his dark squared bishop. And Fabi, I have to say, is the picture of serenity at the chessboard. Whereas Hikaru, you feel that he's kind of bigging himself for that moment, choosing a compromising, a very principled opening. And, Hikaru castling the king.
Yeah, gearing himself up for battle. That white king's safe now, and it's up to Fabi to create some play in what we call the fried liver attack. Black a pawn down.
Can I ask why it's called the fried liver attack?
No idea.
Okay.
I was just wondering on that. Well,
Sounds
when
like
I'm in the kitchen, I understand those things, but here.
Sounds like something out of Silence of the Lambs. But meanwhile, okay, black's knight has landed on f4. We're expecting this bishop to be captured next move, wrecking the white pawn structure, so the compensation will be strategic. This is shaped up, though, for a nice fighting game. I'm really happy we saw this opening rather than the Berlin or something a bit duller.
Yeah, completely agree with you there, David. And actually, will Fabiano be feeling stressed in this particular game, in this particular position? Well, we asked him prior to this game when our reporter Sverre caught up with him. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
Fabiano, I don't think we could have scripted a better ending right now. It's all on the line. You have to maintain a draw with black pieces. How do you view the game today?
Yeah, I feel good about the situation, but it'll be very tough, I'm sure. And it's one of those classic scenarios, you know. We both have it all on the line now.
Is this the kind of situations and the kind of last rounds that you dream about as a chess player, in the kind of the way a tournament should be ended?
Oh, it's let's say the stress isn't ideal, but it's for the spectators, it's very good.
Do you feel that kind of stress when you're sitting at the actual game?
More before. Once the game starts, it usually feels like you worry about the stuff that could happen before the game, and then once you're in it, then you kind of get in the mode of more playing and less worrying.
We look forward to that mode, and good luck.
Thank you.
More playing and less worrying. It's interesting that Fabiano did confess that he suffers a little bit from the pre-game nerves.
But I think that's how it should be. If he wouldn't, then that would be bad.
Okay, so you need that nervousness just to add that adrenaline to the system.
I think you do have to have it really to sense it and to be sensitive to small details in the game.
Mm-hmm. And for you, David, do you ever get nervous before games in general? And then I'm going to add in this particular situation where there is a lot at stake.
let's just say I'm glad it's them and not me playing right now. I'm glad they're dealing with the pre-game jitters. Yeah, I always found it extremely tough, especially last rounds. I had a terrible score in last rounds because I was too focused on the result, the rating, the prize money and stuff like that. And of course, these players need to put that to the back of their mind, but easier said than done. Like you say, Judith, it's often good if you're slightly nervous, not too nervous, just because it means you're in the zone, you're caring, you're kind of sharp and alert. But yeah, I'm sure these guys, they've been there before plenty of times themselves. So they know how to handle these situations from experience. And yeah, I like in the featured chat there, Hikaru confessional incoming. I'm waiting with anticipation here, excited for that moment too.
I like the choice what Hikaru did. I think it's something we have to appreciate, that he really came out. He wants to test Fabi, and he wants to challenge it with, okay, I know that your development, your compensation is good, but still I have a pawn up. So show me that you can save yourself.
Show me the money. And actually, according to my Chess.com database, this has only been played 6 times before. But 2 of those games were by Levon Aronian. One last year against Hans Niemann, and in another one in 2019 against Dinglaran. And I have to say, in both those games, Levon Aronian drew.
Well, it's very much of Aronian's style. He very much likes these kind of positions, taking initiative, compensation, active piece play, working it out very deeply for very long, which is probably the case in Fabi's case as well. But simply the spirit of the position is very much for Aronian, I believe.
Yeah, great compensation here for black. If you just look at the statics, the kind of outline of the position, you see these doubled pawns for white, and they are big, big targets. Fabi deciding maybe how to go for these. You can go for these pawns with your bishop, for example. You don't necessarily need to rush either, maybe from a6, from f5 as well. Another typical motif in these positions is to push your pawn to c5 to bring back this stranded knight from a5, just re-centralize it, bring it back to the c6 square, and from there you have great control over the center. You just play as if you're not a pawn down and just hope that white's structural defects will later hold him back from gaining an advantage. Often as well, the light squared bishop, because it is unchallenged, lands perfectly on the long diagonal, similar to the marshal, similar to other openings as black, where you sacrifice a pawn for activity early in the game. But Fabiano thinking, he's paused for a while now. It must have been a long time since he's looked at this opening. It doesn't happen every day, this variation. Good psychological choice from Hikaru.
Absolutely, I like it very much. And okay, in the interview we could feel that Fabi was nervous, because probably just the idea, I mean, it probably, if he would be losing this game, it would be one of the most painful losses in his career. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always last round losses.
It's not only that. I mean, he really played very well. He won 4 classical games. He played very good, very interesting games. He won brilliancy game versus Alireza, and he was still all the way in the lead. And usually, by the way, this can be dangerous, because there are very few tournaments where you see someone take the lead and it goes all the way until the very end.
Yeah. I was also going to ask you about the impact of the media on, say, Fabi and Hikaru, because, you know, the questions that they must be facing all the time. Are you nervous? Are you stressed? How are you going to sleep tonight? Those kind of questions, you know, which perhaps if the media wasn't there, or your social network isn't there, they're not going to be putting these thoughts into your head.
Well, I think basically it's not the media who puts it in their head. They have it by itself. And I don't think they are bothered with these questions, because it's such a general question that, are you nervous? How do you think the outcome? What opening it's going to be? Are you stressful? Etc. Etc. That they're just ignoring it, basically. Okay.
Also, you mentioned it, Jovanka, these guys, one is a streamer, one is a podcaster. It's not as if they kind of shun the media. They welcome it. They they're very self-aware. They know these questions are coming. They know what kind of people are going to be talking about, and they found ways to embrace that and to kind of work it in their own favor, to motivate themselves.
And I think this is one of the things which is very different chess world we are having right now. compared to the times when I was, let's say, 15, 20 years ago competing on the highest level. Because this would be impossible, that you go to the top player, to the leader just before the game. It was, no, everybody was focused. You couldn't go near to the players. Can you imagine to go near to Kasparov and ask questions before the game? You're lucky if you could be able to do it after the game. So this is very different than as it was before.
It's great actually that the top players are much more accessible to everyone. And we can hear their thoughts. I really do like that, but I completely agree with you. I do remember in the Olympiad, you know, in 2002 when I saw Garry Kasparov and he was like, out of my way. And there's a game that I'm going to come and sit down and I'm going to crush my opponent and I'm not talking to anyone.
And it's not only that they're accessible, but also they are helping out the media. They like to show up in the studios to discuss some of the things, to share their views, their analysis, their mindset, how they were developing in the game, what kind of mistakes. They are also much more honest, I must say. That they are more open about their real feelings, how they felt and what was going on and so on, which makes it much more interesting sometimes to talk to them.
Yeah, these top players, they're no longer mythical creatures that you hear about but you never see. We hear about from them their own thoughts, and we see them all the time, which we're very lucky. We're very privileged to do so.
And well, there we have the bird's eye view, because of course we will focus largely on the game between Hikaru and Fabiano, but there are some other games. And how is everyone feeling? I mean, taking a look at, are they in a peaceful mood? Do they want to take it out in Armageddon? Do we see violence already on the board?
Nothing too violent. Maybe we can zoom into some of the games to check. Let's go around the horn and see how all of the openings have been getting on. Still early days, of course. We're only 15 minutes into the final round here at Norway Chess. And maybe we can start with a game key for the standings. Towards the top half of the table here between Wesley So and Gukesh. A battle for second place potentially, a battle for minimum third place. And Wesley So with the white pieces, it doesn't look like he's been taking too many risks so far. Judith, we're kind of used to this from him by now. Just very pragmatic chess, very sensible chess, taking a slightly better structure. A queen trade we've just seen happen. Black has just captured the white queen on d2 and now expecting the white king or knight to recapture. Any chances of a white advantage, or has Gukesh already solved his opening problems?
Well, first of all, I'm not surprised at all that Wesley went into this direction, because he's a very solid, very stable player, right? And not necessarily he's the guy who wants to take huge risks at this point in the tournament. Of course, Black has an isolated pawn on d5, but it seems not a big danger for Black, because let's say after king captures the queen, bishop takes the pawn, the d4 pawn is controlled, and Black wants to play at one point d4. At the same time, still, I believe that White is slightly better, or it's more comfortable. He will be the one who is trying to press Gukesh. And in these kind of positions, I think, of course, Wesley has a much bigger experience. So nuances can be something that Gukesh is not necessarily aware of yet, missing some experience, but we'll see. Yeah. I think king d2 and then rook h to c1 makes a lot of sense to push away the bishop from c5. And then we'll see how Black will develop further.
I completely agree. I mean, Hikaru actually took a very similar approach. He navigated the position into an IQP position where Gukesh was playing with the isolated queen's pawn. But the way Wesley has done it, he's kind of killed Gukesh's dynamism. And as we know, Gukesh really likes to complicate things. He's excellent attacking player. So I approve of Wesley's strategy. I think actually he's being ambitious, but in a different way.
Yeah, there's always logic behind everything Wesley does, and here he's kind of taken all the risk out of the position. Whether that's enough to win is a different question, but I think against Gukesh, who's in the form of his life, no other strategy would have been more logical.
And I have some breaking news to tease you all with. Hikaru has just dropped a confessional, and it's being edited right now, but it is quite the storyline. We'll play it for you soon.
Wow.
So stay tuned. Don't go away.
That's just mean, teasing us like that.
I had the feeling because on the small video before I saw that Nakamura left. And I had the feeling that he reached the position where he's more or less knows what he wanted, he got it, and he sees that that Fabi is starting to think at this point. At the same time, you know, I'm surprised that Wesley is thinking on how to capture back the queen. At the same time, it's an important moment because now it's deciding whether if he takes with the knight, it means that he's going to have his king on e2, I believe, and then possibly knight b3. But, well, of course, king d2 is the more logical way of approaching this position.
Yeah, it's more logical simply because the queens are off. In one fell swoop, you can take this queen, connect the white rooks, bring them to the center, and the white king is going to be relatively safe in the middle of the board despite the presence of rooks and minor pieces. It feels like, yeah, taking with the knight and castling the king, which a lot of you at home might be tempted to do. It'll be counterintuitive, counterproductive at least, because there your king is far away from the action, and as the endgame nears, as it approaches, you want your king ready to kind of participate depending where the action lies. So yeah, I agree, Judith. I would take with the king here without hesitation, but maybe there were small details that are making Wesley pause. Maybe he thinks the white knight will be better placed on the queen side, as you mentioned.
But actually the knight should be on standing on f3. There is no better place than f3. You can move it here and there, but...
Yeah. After all, yeah, normally you want to kind of control the square in front of your opponent's isolated pawn, and from here the knight does control the d4 square nicely. So yeah, classical chess wisdom dictates that he should take with the king, and eventually, after a couple of minutes of thought, Wesley does indeed go for that. And Gukesh immediately recaptures his pawn. So level material, and this game will be a bit slower in the near future. Can Wesley eke out a small advantage? That's the big question. Shall we check out some of the other openings?
Yes, and the game that I'm quite curious, because you mentioned it in the run-up, is the game between Magnus Carlsen and Nodebek Abdusattorov, because you left us with a question which I'm dying to find out. Can Magnus Carlsen get his first classical win here in this tournament? Because we've actually never seen Magnus end a tournament with a negative score.
Yeah, and also I was told that this would be the first time since 2007 that Magnus will have gone through a tournament without winning a classical game if he doesn't win this one now against Abdusattorov. 16 years that hasn't happened. Like you say, Jovanka, on a negative score, that would be a huge shock. Not great for his rating either, despite still being #1 on the standings rankings there. And the position we see in front of us. Queens are off the board again, Judith.
And actually Magnus plays blitzing this game so far. It's already move 15 and he spent a little bit more than 3 minutes.
There's no increment, I forgot about that.
And well, it seems like a little more pleasant for white, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, I guess you mean a little more pleasant because long-term white has the bishop pair, which could be a factor later on. But
exactly, that's the only thing which can make white position better, though black is better developed for the moment.
Yeah, black's knight ready to come to c5, black's rook's ready to centralize. It looks like black is extremely active, so can Magnus make use of his bishops? That's the key question. And I'm going to ask you both to guess the opening that this one came from. And then we might do a bit of an action replay.
It kind of looks like some weird d4, d5 thing.
Judith. Because this one, I've actually seen this position, so I won't reveal too much, but when I first saw this kind of middle game, I was shocked which opening it had come from, and actually it can come from 2 different openings. So
I would also think it's d4, but because I cannot imagine how it was coming from e4.
Okay. I will reveal all. So let's jump in with an action replay of the first few moves. We're now at move 15. Magnus has been speeding up, blitzing up to this point. And let's go back to move 1. It was e4, and okay, it was actually the Petrov. It started with e5, knight f3, and after a capture of pawns, we saw knight f6, the knight retreating, and white, instead of here playing d4 or knight c3, the main moves, just gained a tempo by playing d3, kicking the black knight back, and after d4, d5, we reached this symmetrical position, and this can actually be achieved much quicker from an exchange French. For example, if we go back just very briefly, e6, and Magnus himself, after d5, he went through a phase a couple of years ago of just taking this pawn off and just bringing his knight out, and same position, just saving a couple of moves, because white hasn't had to push his d-pawn, black hasn't had to push the d-pawn twice. And let's go back to the game, let's see what happened. In that position after d4, d5, symmetry, the bishops came out, and queen to e2 check. And Magnus is the guru in this line. I learnt this line from him. I used it myself as white, and he always hopes that his opponent plays queen e7. To me, it looks like it should be a dead draw. It's just queens coming off the board, symmetry, but Magnus always seems to win these dry positions with no risk. So black instead here, Abdusattorov showing ambition, not taking the queens off, bishop to e6, and after knight to g5, hitting this pinned bishop, we saw queen to e7, and this is how we reached the game position. Simply black with a slightly backward pawn on e6 broke out now with e5, and the queens came off. And Magnus, after knight bd7, he's just played knight f3, and this is the game. So Judith, you mentioned small advantage. Let's assume black moves this bishop back from the center. How would you go about trying to maintain that long term, maintain some pressure with white?
Well, knight d4 seems to me that it can be a useful move. Looking a little bit to f5, to the e6 square, also knight b5, sometimes it can be unpleasant. At the same time, black can go knight g4 kind of reaction.
That's a bit annoying for white potentially. If white has to spend a time hitting your knight, then at least you can, maybe there's more, but at the minimum you step back, hitting the bishop. And say, I retreat.
You see g3 in the game.
Magnus playing g3.
Actually, I like it. He improves his king first, go to g2.
I remember Kramnik giving an interview many, many years ago. He said, when in doubt, just play king g3, king g2, and it always improves your position if you have nothing else to do.
Well, good idea.
Yeah. And I guess he just wants to, slowly improve king to g2, bring his bishop out somewhere. He's kind of keeping this bishop flexible for now, and then he'll bring his rooks to the center. How does black now fight? Long term, white has the advantage due to those bishops that we mentioned, but short term, black needs some activity. Looks like
well, it's definitely a long-term story, and in long term, it can be very useful, the bishop pairs. And it will take time until the bishop from c1 develops, because next move will be king g2.
I'll be honest with you. To me, it looks completely equal. I don't see how white is going to grind this one out. I mean, to do that, you've got to get motoring with the kingside pawns, and you've got to put your rooks on the open line. But the dark square bishop, as you highlighted, gets in the way.
Yeah, but it will be, what's the plan with white? I guess king g2, he's going to move out the bishop somewhere to bring the rook to d1. Then eventually maybe he will even go back to c1, bishop c2, putting the rooks on the e and d file. Then play h4, maybe bishop f5 at some point, trying to give some unpleasant checks on e6, knight g5 also to e6. Then
I'm loving these arrows, sorry, couldn't resist.
Even b4, a4, so you can give more arrows.
I'll clear those.
Exactly, you need the other side of the board as well.
But basically it's about space and maneuvering around. Maybe it's equal, but still, if somebody can get better, there's a much bigger chance for white to get better than for black.
That's
because simply there is no weaknesses, nothing in white's position. While for black it can easily go wrong. So it's much easier to make mistakes with black, I believe.
Yeah, I also have the suspicion that black probably shouldn't trade a set of knights. That would certainly free up the bishop pair. And, well, we will see what happens. This is very sophisticated chess for me, so
Let's go back to more exciting stuff then,
let's
Jovanka.
go back to the bird's eye view. And, okay, we should probably take a little glimpse at the game between Orion Tari and Alireza Firouzja. That one looked like it came from a Sicilian.
Yeah, this one's extremely tense. Only one set of pawn trades. We're already at move 13. And yeah, I want your opinion on this, Judith, because this is the type of position I always struggle in, where it's just so much tension. White looks like he has the pawn center. It looks like Ariane's doing great objectively, but what to do next? I never know.
Well, first of all, it's not necessarily only Sicilian, but definitely not an open Sicilian. So it's definitely white is better, I think, or something that an attacker plays it with great pressure. The only thing is that a5 pawn can be weakness after knight c6. It can be captured, so on that white has to look after. So that's why knight b8 was played just in the last move to regroup it to its c6. And, well, with white generally knight f1, knight g3, I would be going, if after knight c6, bishop d2, protecting the pawn, because I would not like to give that away. Generally, if I would have the time, I would be happy to play knight f1, queen d3, and on knight c6 to play bishop d2, but it will be not enough time for white, because the a5 is attacked already.
I often find that these type of positions, what white should do is not get too eager and just do those piece maneuverings that you mentioned and sit with the space in the middle of the board, because invariably black will always go e5 or d5. And as long as you have a good answer to those moves, I think white is okay.
The only thing is actually I don't like the pawn on a5. It's supposed to be on a3.
Yes.
Covering the square b4. And now I really don't like the fact that white, if white goes away to f1, then knight c6, bishop d2, and even immediately d5 can be a very strong breaking out after e5, sacrificing a pawn with knight e4.
Let's put this on the board, Judith.
Yes, yeah, this is what I wanted to suggest, that maybe we can see it. First of all, immediately d5 is also possible, but also knight c6 and bishop d2 going d5. Because e5, knight e4, I was thinking.
And this is the thing, if black gets too active, even here it looks like a French defense pawn structure, but suddenly it's a dream French defense. Black's pieces just very active, as mentioned, and white's just one move too slow to stop this black knight infiltrating into the center.
And actually, I completely understand why Tari decided to go knight b3, because he was really afraid of his pawn to be lost on a5. But it's not standing so nice.
Yeah, knight b3 instantly met by knight c6. Black has ideas as well of jumping into b4, harassing this white light squared bishop. So, Judith, how to, or Jovanka, how to deal with this? I don't know, it just feels a bit loose to me for white, even if the pawn center is beautiful.
I agree, because your idea of d5 and jumping in with the knight to e4 is still very much on the cards. And bishop d2. Yeah,
just to show this idea. We should also mention that the knight can be captured. Some viewers at home might be wondering, oh, why can't white win a pawn? But here there are tactics.
Knight
I'm assuming.
b4, I believe.
Yeah, this rook is going to be hit. And the rook could slide, maybe hoping to checkmate the black king.
g4?
Threatening or hinting at bishop h6. These types of things might happen, but black has full control of the light square, so if white doesn't checkmate, then things might backfire later on.
Well, black can even go just rook e8, I believe. I mean, there's quite a good compensation having b7 bishop there.
Yeah, best piece on the board
But
right
maybe there is something better. Maybe it's too early to play d5 and knight e4 in this case. Because knight on b3 is not only defending the a5 pawn, but also in some cases after d5, the c5 square can be vulnerable for black.
Yeah, so patient waiting game maybe in store instead. I just put this move bishop d2 on the board. I was just scared of the black knight jumping into the b4 square. But
I think it's a very logical move, by the way.
yeah. What else? What's the question?
Well, you can also go bishop f4, for example, to develop.
Okay, bishop f4 as well.
And if knight b4, then simply bishop b1. And then the knight on b4 is not doing too much.
Just hanging in the air.
And I can play bishop d2 in a later stage and push you back.
Sneaky, gaining a tempo.
Unless you go now d5.
d5.
Yeah, d5, and after e5, knight e4. And this is already not a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, you've defended this knight indirectly with the bishop. Yeah, these positions, they could open up. They could just explode at some point, or they could just turn in one side's favor.
Well, knight f3 to d2, trying to get rid of the e4 knight. I think maybe d5 is kind of early for black. Maybe he has to play simply after knight b4, bishop b1, playing queen c7.
Ideas such as this, just trying to jump in with the black knight, invade.
Yeah. Knight c2 is a threat now.
Yeah, in general terms, do you think in the current position, in the game position, Firouzja, is he still in preparation? He's played extremely quickly up to this point. Normally he tanks a bit more in the opening. Normally he kind of tries to freestyle a bit more.
I'm not sure that he's so much into the concrete preparation. I'm pretty sure that he knows the ideas and he understands that, okay, if the pawn on a5, I have this knight b8, knight c6 kind of idea. I will put my pieces here and there. But whether it's a concrete position that he prepared, I'm not sure.
Tense game with a lot of play, and I think it's the perfect time to take a breather, take a rest, and take our very first break. And we will play the Hikaru confessional during the break, so watch out for that one to all the subscribers. But for now, let's mention the official Chess.com community club. This is the place to be for all info on community tournaments, giveaways, contests and other events. Plus, connect with the community and stay up to date on the chess world. Use !community in chat to get in on the action. And now, over to our fourth commentator from the booth, Hikaru Nakamura. Take it away.
Welcome back, everybody. So today, of course, final day here at Norway Chess, round number 9, and I'm playing with the white piece against Fabiano. Now, obviously, today there are only a couple of games that really are important, I guess you could say, towards the standings. Basically, Wesley's game against Gukesh and my game against Fabiano. Pretty much everything else is irrelevant. Wesley's game against Gukesh looks pretty normal. Standard queen's game decline. We'll see what Wesley intends. I think Gukesh might have surprised me by playing the c5 variation. Wesley's going to look for some small advantage in some line, or probably make a draw, one of the two options. But that's pretty early. Now, as far as my game, of course, I'm going to wax poetic a little bit, I guess you could say, or be a little bit of a philosopher here. So what I'm playing today is something that I have not played in a very, very long time, over 14 plus years since I played this bishop d3 line against Joshua Friedel in the final round of the 2009 U.S. Championship. That, of course, a very sort of, I guess, memorable and important moment in my chess career for a couple of reasons. First of all, it was the first year that the U.S. Championship was held in St. Louis. It was the first event, major event that Rex Singfield was sponsoring at the time. And in the final round, there were two players tied for first. There was myself alongside Bobby Hess, Grandmaster Robert Hess, of course, the famous guy. You know, you can't spell chess without Hess, who maybe is doing commentary today. That would be kind of funny. But we're both tied for first place going to the last round. And in the final round, I had the white pieces against Josh Riedel, and Robert, I believe, had the white pieces, or maybe it was a black piece. I think it was against Yuri Shulman, if I remember correctly. At any rate, Robert would draw his game. I won a very nice game in relatively short fashion to become the U.S. champion. So it's very memorable because of the fact that it was first tournament in St. Louis. Also, it's very memorable for me personally because when I look back on that tournament, many players who are playing here have played in St. Louis. They would be able to relate to this. But this was before there had been this establishment, I guess you could say. There weren't really the hotels, these accommodations. And so I was actually staying downtown in St. Louis. And I remember a longtime trainer who's here with me right now, Chris Littlejohn. He basically brought his desktop from or the tower from Dallas, Texas. He drove in a rental car all the way to St. Louis. We were staying at the Hilton in the downtown area, and I remember going to the last round. I really wasn't sure what I was going to do, and at that point, I basically before going to the final round, I went to bed relatively early, I would say, and I told Chris just find something in e4, e5. And this is actually what he came up with. He came with the idea based off of one game that was played by Morozevich before, but certainly after I played that game, this whole variation became very prominent and is considered a main line. So I'm really excited to be able to play it after so many years. I would also blend it together with another thing that I wanted to say yesterday, which is on the rest day we went to this island, Fjordfjord, however you pronounce it. I'm not going to pretend to be Tari with his pronunciation, but there was a picture that I took with Shakra there, and it's one of these things where at the end of the day, when you play all these different tournaments, you compete against these guys over and over and over, years and years go by. But it's all sort of like, it all sort of blends together. And I was thinking, like, whether it's US Championship, whether it's Chakra, it's many years. Like, we all are sort of have the same lifestyle. We all end up spending time together, and so it becomes very nostalgic at a certain point as well. So we're going to see what happens in my game today. It's obviously different from my game against Friedel, but thus far at least I feel pretty good. I have a feeling we're probably going to blitz out another 10 plus moves, which is why I don't mind standing here and wasting 5 to 10 minutes of my time, since I assume Fabiano will probably move pretty quickly, but we will see. I'll be back later.
Welcome back to the final day of Norway Chess, where the action is all happening. Everything will be decided today. And during the break, well, you all heard Hikaru in the confessional booth telling us his thoughts as to why he chose this opening. Ooh, it seemed like Hikaru was feeling very sentimental there, and almost it felt like he was acknowledging the efforts and hard work that his second, Chris Littlejohn, has put into helping Hikaru rise to the top.
Yeah, they've been together, what is it, around 15 years, that story. That game was 14 years ago, where his second came up with this idea, kind of worked on this idea, fine-tuned it, and wow, Hikaru digging through past glories there. He might have found the recipe for success, because actually, just as we jump back in, Fabiano has made a mistake, and quite a significant one. We see on the camera Hikaru frowning. For the first time in this game, he's out of preparation, but normally that means alarm bells going through the head. The reason this move was not in Hikaru's preparation is because it wasn't one of the top computer suggestions. And I'm sure Chris Littlejohn fed Hikaru some nice ideas here, but I think Hikaru doesn't need nice ideas. He just has a very simple move. He's about to go 2 pawns up. Judith, what is Fabi doing? Just lashing out now with the move f5.
Yeah, it's a very concrete move that it's kind of aggressive, and it forces white, pushing white to take the pawn on c5, right? And the question is whether after knight takes c5, black wants to go queen a5. That seems to be the most logical continuation, and I have to figure out also what's going on. But maybe white can go knight a4, leaving the bishop behind on a3, because then rook c6.
Yeah.
This is one of the idea.
Maybe we can jump in to show this. We should mention question mark attached to black's last move, meaning a mistake. It significantly made Fabi's position worse. That's confirmed, and we just have to understand why. Hikaru trying to figure out why. Judith, let's go through your line. Knight takes pawn, and now a double attack hitting this bishop. And also there's a pin along this diagonal, and you mentioned maybe white can simply retreat.
Well, that was my idea. I don't know if this is the best one.
Yeah, bishop takes bishop can happen. Rook takes knight, and white is still 2 pawns up. Black, I guess, will get some compensation with his bishop on the long diagonal, but feels like white should be for choice here.
But you know, there is another way of making progress maybe for white. If we don't go here, but knight c5, queen a5, and what about going bishop b2 back? But that's probably not good.
Bishop takes knight.
Yeah, I thought after bishop takes queen c2, but that's, I think, not a good one, because knight b4 is also possibility.
Knight b4, and if the queens come off the board at the very end, whoops, there's a knight fork, and black regains some of the material. But so many loose pieces for black, you get the feeling, I mean, we have the evaluation bar, so we know, but you get the feeling, at least instinctively, that something's going wrong for black in that variation. Queen to a5, the key, the critical moment for Fabi.
But we still have to see if after knight c5, why the bar is going up to the rook, to the 8th rank.
I was also looking at possibilities against the black king. It's on an open diagonal.
Yeah, maybe queen c2.
So I thought queen c2.
Maybe that's the move, queen c2.
Queen c2.
But again, okay, no.
I don't know, still gives a pretty hefty advantage for white. Even the computer here is confused, but it does settle down on white's side.
So let's see, on queen a3,
Queen a3.
queen c4 check, king h8, knight g5.
G5, yeah, threatening the old smothered mate. My favorite checkmate, David.
Let's just show this on the board. Bishop takes knight, for example. Black tries to escape, then knight check. Talk us through your favorite checkmate, Jovanka.
Oh, it's very beautiful. The king will move to g8. And then this is very important. Put this one in your memory banks. Knight comes to the edge of the board, and the king has to run to h8, because if you go to f8, the queen will come to f7, checkmate. And here you just give away your queen.
Yep, queen to g8. Boom.
Yep.
Close the cage.
Exactly. And that poor old king is trapped in the corner, and that's how you smother the king with just your knight.
This was also one of my favorite too. I even have a skirt having this checkmate on it. I will show you.
I want a skirt with a smothered mate on it.
I was going into a show and it was designed specially. They asked, what is your favorite pattern in chess? I said smothered mate.
Yeah. Okay.
So this looks potentially very strong for white. Queen to c2. If queen takes bishop, a check. The evaluation bar did drop, though, however, after knight to g5.
Yes, because what about h6?
Yeah.
Just creating a luft square, an escape square for the black king on h7, so a check can simply be met by...
I have to tell you that this bar really irritates me. It's like I'm making an awful move, I make a good move.
It's like we're asking the teacher for permission, and if we make a bad move, if we give the wrong answer, it's like, no, no, no. But, yeah, the players...
It seems like no this time.
I think it represents what Hikaru is calculating. He'll look at this line, and even in his mind, he'll be like, oh, I think it works. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And then he decides, just like the bar is deciding, and kind of we have that shortcut, we have that life hack there, but Hikaru doesn't have that, of course, available to him. So queen c2... I mean, it looks like we're on the right lines, in this position, and then we need a knockout blow for white to justify this piece sacrifice. Hikaru needs to find a way.
What about queen f7?
Attacking this rook. The computer says no. The black rook will move, I guess. Or maybe the bishop comes out.
But you know what there is? Queen d5.
Aha.
Maybe queen d5.
Pin and win. The knight is pinned to the rook. No way to defend it. Wow. That is a rare pattern indeed.
Yeah, not a simple move to notice.
Yeah, now, for example, bishop takes knight. I guess white will take this one and fork the 2 black rooks, as well as this bishop next move, and at the very end, white will emerge at least 2 pawns up.
Absolutely.
Wow, so this could be one of the reasons why Fabiano has just made a mistake. F5 on the board, the last move we can see with the question mark. Knight to c5 must be the way to refute this. If you step back, if you step to any other square, it feels like you've worsened your piece. For example, if you step back, I mean, here there's plenty of moves. I'm very tempted, I'm very attracted to just planting the queen in the middle of the board for black. And it looks like black has a decent amount of control, decent amount of compensation for the sacrificed pawn.
No, we have to look into knight c5 to continue to discover what are the opportunities for black for compensation. At the same time, after knight c5, 2 pawns down for Fabi.
Yeah, what else do you play? Again, you could play a move like queen d5 maybe. You could make an argument for taking this knight and just putting your bishop on b7, but that's not why he's given up a second pawn.
Yeah, but the thing is, after queen d5, white should be probably playing anyway queen c2 with the plan of queen c4 and exchanging the queens.
Yeah, 2 pawns up.
And the knight just completely dominates the light squared bishop.
Yeah, the knight just it's normally the other way around. It's normally a bishop that kind of controls a knight, but here this bishop on c8 cannot get out. Yeah, this is Fabi playing for content. This is a crazy position.
And if we were going back to knight takes c5, and Judith mentioned queen a5, say you played, is there a kind of, we've been looking at queen c2, but I just wonder whether that's the only move to give the advantage. Is there anything like, I don't know, knight a4 was another move we suggested. I just wondered whether that's...
Maybe knight g5 is possible also.
Knight g5? Yes, knight g5.
Wow.
Oh.
And not only queen h5, but queen f3.
Oof.
Oh.
All the attacks.
Oh, that's a killer.
Finally we found what the bar wanted from us.
Yeah, now the question is whether Nakamura finds this idea. And it's not surprising, actually, in the fried liver attack in general. Black's king is a target, and White's knight has already been to this square. So maybe the hardest visual thing is to spot that you bring it back. And queen h5, the first killer threat, as Judith mentions, queen f3 as well. And yeah, if you take this bishop, just to show this on the board, the queen comes out. This is checkmate in 1, threatened. Only one way to deal with this. And if you push your pawn, then, okay, White will give a check, for example, and take the black rook. Black's house is collapsing. Oh my gosh, f5.
And if we go back after knight g5, h6, is White going to play queen f3 or queen h5?
Sorry, just let me find this one. Knight here.
Knight g5 if h6. Then the question is it queen h5 or queen f3?
One of these two. You either hit the rook or you hit the knight. Both look extremely tempting.
Let's go queen h5. First.
The rook is the heavier piece. Let's attack that. Fabi getting away, looking calm, but I don't know if he realizes what he's done yet.
He did. As soon as he made the move, he made a grimace.
Ah, you saw it on the camera.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he understood that it wasn't the correct move at all.
Maybe as soon as he made the move, he spotted knight g5, and it's a slippery slope. Once you make one mistake here, you're pretty much committed.
And you can also see Hikaru also made a frown as well. Somehow or other, their spider senses are just like tingling away, saying this is the moment to burn the energy and figure out the correct way.
Yeah, and just while Hikaru's thinking, just while we're still on this game, we talked about the fried liver attack. If we backtrack the whole way back to the opening to show this after e4, e5, one of the most kind of principled, but also one of the most controversial moves in this position, knight to g5, does start this. And we're talking about seeing knight g5 in the game position as maybe a potential winner. Here, knight g5 after d5. This is a trick that everyone at home needs to know. Knight takes d5 looks like a natural move. You defend this knight, you kind of block this bishop, but it will be disaster on the light squares, just as it might be in the game that we're seeing right now. Knight takes f7 is the killer move for White here. There's been a lot of analysis on this. You kind of lure the black king out onto a vulnerable diagonal, just as it is in the game. And this is a deadly double attack. You hit the knight, but this check is the key. Black's king can walk out, of course, into the open, but this position is just too strong for White. Here there's, I think, d4, there's castles, but either way, this black king shouldn't survive.
Yeah. Incidentally, my dad had me playing this opening with black, and I was like, I really don't want to play with my king out there. And he goes, it's fine, trust me. And incidentally, fried liver, kind of an unusual name for an opening, but we asked, and our producer, Big, he listened, and he says that fried liver is an Italian way of cooking liver. Fegatello, I think, means to put the liver in a net and cook it over a fire. Or in modern times, drink it with Chianti.
Wow.
No,
We're all learning today.
No, I added that little bit, because doesn't he say fried liver with some Chianti?
Probably.
Silence of the Lambs.
Taking notes. It's been a while since I watched that one.
I couldn't watch that film.
Judith, do you think he's going to find this sequence, Hikaru? Surely process of elimination, the first move is where he's looking.
Well, this is full drama, what is going on right now, and Fabi knows it. Mm-hmm. He left the board not to go to the confessional booth.
Confess his sins.
He's somewhere in the background trying to figure out how he will react on knight c5. But because everything became so weak, right? That after knight c5, if queen a5, then simply the g5 square is unprotected anymore. It's left free for the white knight. And everything is hanging after queen a5 for black. Also, the c6 knight and the e8 rook. So I don't know, after knight c5, how can black go further and look for compensation?
I think he might just have to admit he's 2 pawns down and just continue playing. Maybe just take that knight off the board. And
yeah, but let's say if you take knight off the board, then rook c5.
Maybe a third pawn drops.
And the e5 pawn is also weak, exactly.
Yeah.
So this is why f5 is so bad, because it even weakens the e5. You will not be able to play e4, or because after knight c5, bishop c5, rook c5, it comes with a tempo.
Yeah. It's like you said, everything is weak. The c5 pawn is immediately weak. The e5 pawn has become weak. The king obviously has opened up on the diagonals.
And also the pawn on f5 gets in the way of the bishop on c8. I mean, that bishop wants to be out there on g4.
Yeah, I guess this is why they do say develop your pieces before you start pushing too many pawns. And here, most of black's pieces on the back rank, they're not ready for this action to happen.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't know exactly what black had, he should have done instead of f4, because f5, because c5 pawn is under attack and is going to be taken.
Actually, there were some games in the database, and black had always responded to this, if you take back f5.
Let's jump in.
Black had responded with 2 moves. And one was to go knight b4, and I guess target the a2 pawn and target the d3 pawn. The other move was actually to pin the knight on f3 with bishop g4.
Both are logical. Continuation. After bishop g4, knight d4 is a threat.
Yeah, this would be extremely logical. But Fabi, he also went for logical moves. All of the kind of best options here seem to be kind of threatening moves, attacking moves. But unfortunately, he just went maybe a bit too loose. And that could backfire. Imagine a tournament being decided by one move. f5. In a roughly balanced position, just lashing out. And knight takes c5 we think is decisive. Huge, huge advantage for Hikaru Nakamura.
I was wondering, because obviously Fabi has a lot of emotion right now, especially if he realizes that he's made a mistake. And yes, it's good to kind of sit down and work out all those lines and the best defensive move. But is it good to kind of also go to the confessional and go,
No way.
No.
You don't want to share your painful moments.
I would be in there just sobbing, crying my eyes out, just thinking, what have I done? But also the fact, you mentioned, Tuvaka, you think Fabi has realized, the fact he's gone back down to sit at the board, that could be giving a lot away. Just, I mean, it's so hard to maintain a poker face. If you just flinch once, if you kind of grimace once, your opponent will spot that and kind of their spidey senses will tingle, and I don't know, I would walk away.
The way Naka is playing, like he's nodding his head. It's like this.
Yes.
C5.
Very good.
He does that a lot on stream, and it's always when he knows he's winning. He's calculating a long variation, and he's coming to that conclusion that it all works. Hikaru, the streamer, He could just, win this one within a couple of hours if he plays knight takes c5 and has
So what
worked it all out.
happens? Let's go into knight c5 and queen d5.
Let's jump back in, knight takes c5, queen to d5, just trying to hold things together.
To d5.
And you mentioned this queen to c2 move, Judith. Trying to trade off these heavy pieces, the queens. Try to utilize the extra 2 pawns in the endgame.
And
it's just hard to find a backup, a follow-up.
what to play, right?
Incredibly tough for black. I mean, you can take this knight, as mentioned, but it's always being replaced by an equally strong piece. White's queen will take back, and black's position collapsing.
Yeah, it's not so easy to react on. And okay, if not queen d5, but let's say... yeah, of course, queen a5 is... And he's taking it.
Oh.
He's about to take this pawn. Let's go back to the game position. Yeah, the fried liver attack, I must admit, fond memories for me in this pawn structure with these double D pawns. I think one of my best ever games was from the white side. Not this exact line, but the same pawn structure. And that also happened because my opponent played the move f5. I think it's just generally inadvisable until your pieces are fully ready. Okay, moment of truth. Do you think he'll come up with a quick sequence, Hikaru? Play knight takes c5 and he's worked everything out.
Well, first of all, the big question is how Fabi will be reacting on knight c5. Is he going to be playing, I don't know, queen b6 or making a move
instantly?
Maybe f4 and play bishop g4. I don't know what he can come up with, right? Because the big problem is after knight c5 is not only that you have 2 pawns down, but the problem is that the c8 bishop cannot develop. To g4, it cannot because f5 pawn is blocking, but the b7 square would be very important for the bishop to look for counterplay on the long diagonal, and that's also not possible. Only if you take on c5, takes bishop c7, you give up the 3rd pawn, and then you're praying that somehow you want to get some counterplay. Maybe we can go there.
Okay.
What happens if knight c5, bishop c5, rook c5?
Let's jump in.
And bishop b7.
Let's say I naively grab a 3rd pawn. Knight
I'm not sure
c5.
that's a good move, maybe. But okay, go take it.
Yeah.
Take it. I don't need that pawn.
Channeling my inner Jovanka.
I go. Let's go knight d4.
Knight d4, yeah. So you want to ideally checkmate me on g2 someday. But I don't see a threat. I mean, I'm tempted to just step back and menace this knight. Still tempted to go for checkmate against the black king. Let's say I just kind of control. I'll drop back. Ooh, the bar drops.
Queen g5.
Is it, yeah, to stop queen g5? That made me a bit nervous. So
But it didn't make David nervous. So
no, that's true. He is the master of
It's
defense.
because I didn't see it. I thought I was tying down your queen. Whoops. Now I'm very nervous.
Well, it's still, I don't know.
Need to request a tape back.
Granted.
Yeah, suddenly some counterplay. Maybe this is the best bet for Fabi in practical terms. Objectively, of course, 3 pawns down, it shouldn't be sufficient.
Well, since we are analyzing this position after f5, this is the best we got.
Yeah. At least an active bishop, an active knight for now. Come at the cost, though, of 3 pawns.
You go queen c1? What do you think about that? And queen c4 idea?
Whoa, that's deep. We're just fixated now on this queen c4 idea, but it seems extremely strong. Still ideas of smothered mate, as you showed, Jovanka. All of these lines just not working out, and suddenly we see Fabi head in hands trying to block his direct vision with Hikaru. And Hikaru, he's done the right thing, and this is, again, just great tip for everyone at home. Like, when your instincts tell you something's up, or something's changed, or something's different, if you have a feeling that you're winning, take a pause, because normally that's just the brain's way of indirectly telling you that it's a critical moment.
It is a critical moment, and there on the right we can see the prize money at stake. And of course, the prizes are listed in Norwegian kroner, so all you have to do is divide that by 10, and then you get the amount in dollars, although the Norwegian kroner
it's dipping, it's crashing. Good time to be alive in Norway. But meanwhile, okay, knight takes pawn on c5. It's on the board, Jovanka.
It is on the board.
And we're going to have a confessional from Nakamura, what he thinks about knight c5.
Yeah.
And Fabiano is going into the tank.
He got up with purpose there, Hikaru. It's like, yeah, he just kind of stretched out and he's like, okay, I've got this. It's so close now. Do you think he's worked out Queen A5, that he's winning there, Knight G5?
I think he had to, because after Queen A5 there is not much of a choice for white. And Knight A4 was the only, well, not the only move, because we've seen Queen C2 also possible.
Yeah, but Queen C2 had a very difficult twist of spotting that the knight on C6
Yes.
could be attacked with the queen on D5. I think it's much more natural to go Knight G5 and...
Once you see it, yeah, it becomes obvious, but it took him a while to confirm in his mind. And welcome back, chat.
Yeah, somehow or other, I've got like Monty Python in my head, Life of Brian. It's a miracle. It's happened. I mean, Fabi's made a mistake. I mean, but Fabi's so good, so it just must have been overexcitement.
Yeah, Fabi's the one that needs a miracle now.
Yeah, but don't forget that before F5 position, it is exactly a position you don't want to have when your opponent is in a must-win situation, and you have to make a draw. I mean, it has so much dynamic, and it's really awful to have a pawn down and that you have to play in every single move the best move to keep on your compensation. So it was an incredible, fantastic choice by Nakamura playing this line.
And chat saying, my heart is singing for Hikaru, but my soul is crying for Fabi. And when you see Fabi deep in thought, and you can actually feel the suffering, I mean, yeah, my heart is actually crying for him. I am actually praying for a miracle for both sides.
Chess is such a cruel mistress. She's, I mean, here the chess god's frowning on Fabi. Such a good tournament. He's played superbly, so smooth most of the games, and it might just come down to one slip, one blunder.
Yeah. Okay, and I think this is after that sensational moment there in the game, I think it's a good time to take it to another break, because there is another 5-minute confessional from Hikaru where he's made some very big revelations, not only in his games but also his future over the board plans. So Hikaru, take it away.
Yeah, so I decided to come back pretty quickly this time, just 'cause I'm a little bit bored, frankly. I don't really have a whole lot extra to add, but you know, I was thinking about the game so far, and just in general. I mean, as I said, in the game between Gukesh and Wesley's trading the queens. He's going to look for a small advantage, but I find it hard to believe there's anything there. The other games, however, some things are happening. So Magnus' game against Norway is noteworthy for a few reasons. But first and foremost, as we know, Magnus has been playing a lot of blitz online the last couple of days. He's actually been doing what sometimes I used to do when I had bad results in classical top-level tournaments, where when I was doing poorly, I would just start playing a lot of blitz online all night long to try and get it out of my system, or maybe motivate myself, find some confidence. And I know over the last 2 nights specifically, or maybe it wasn't last night when he played Nihal, but Magnus has been playing a lot of blitz online, so I think Magnus is looking for something. But the problem, of course, is that it looks like Noterbeck is completely prepared for what Magnus has played in the opening in his game, and again, it doesn't look like Magnus has a whole lot. So that game is looking fairly balanced. Shaq and Anish are playing something weird in this Knight G7 Spanish with D4 takes and Knight C6. I'm not sure what's going on, but long way to go. And then we also have Tari versus Firouzja. Of course, Alireza wants to win this game because for everybody who's not named me, there is this thing called the candidates on the line, and potentially the second spot could qualify for the candidates by rating if Magnus chooses not to play. So for Alireza and Fabiano, there's a lot more on the line potentially than me in this situation. I think I said, I don't know if I said this, but again, I'm sticking to my schedule. I may or may not play a tournament here or there, but most likely I won't qualify for the candidates simply because I won't play enough tournaments in the year, but it is what it is. So I don't know if I've said that, but more or less, I'm just going on my merry way, marching to my own drum beat. Being drummer who marches to his own, or the drummer who marches to his own beat, or whatever the saying is, I can't remember right off. So all the games, are happening. My game with Fabiano, of course, I'm waiting to see which one he plays here. I've looked at, I think, 4 different moves in this position. I'm not sure which one he's going to play at the end of the day. There are some move order tricks, because there's some lines where black plays c5 and white goes knight e4. There are other lines where c5, you go bishop a3. So there's some little move order nuances depending on what Fabiano chooses to do. He's using a lot of time, and I think he's going to continue to use time here because the move orders are very critical, since at the moment I am currently up a pawn. If I can get rid of this double pawn, potentially I can claim an advantage down the road. So it's a sort of very critical moment in the game right now. I think Fabiano likely will use 20 minutes or more on this move just to make sure of his move orders. The good thing is he's thinking, which means he has not looked at this. I was a little bit afraid that he might have looked at this potentially for his earlier game against Noterbeck a couple of rounds back, but it appears he didn't look at this specifically, which is a good thing, because I did actually look at this for Noterbeck yesterday prior to the game against him. I thought Noterbeck might play this knight g5, which of course, if black plays d5 takes knight d5, we of course know it as the fried liver. So, and no, I did not make that up. That is the actual name. So, Fabiano's going to probably use a bit of time. It's good that he didn't look at this. To give you a contrast to the last time I was in a similar situation, a big moment, big tournament, I played against Ding Lorraine in the final round of the candidates. And I remember that going into that game, Ding was trying to figure out where could he surprise me, where would the surprise come with the white pieces. And as soon as I blitzed out my opening, which was the semi-tirage, he had this look of disappointment, I picked the wrong thing. So from the general standpoint, when you're in a final round game where you desperately need to win to try and win the tournament or qualify or whatever it might be, if you're able to surprise your opponent, that's the best possible start that you can get. And so I've gotten that thus far, which of course bodes very well is way too optimistic, but definitely the best that I could have expected thus far, considering how solid of a player Fabiano is. And we'll just have to wait and see what happens from here on out. But as I said, I think he's going to use a lot of time. Maybe he already moved. Maybe I'm just standing here for forever and just losing time on the clock. But again, so far at least it's all preparation, and I feel pretty good. But yeah, it's pretty much I feel like it's do or die situation. Kind of need to go for it, try to win this game. A la, of course, all the sports teams right now. As I think people know, I live in Florida, and I went to one of the playoff hockey games a couple weeks back before I came here for Norway Chess. Hopefully, I'll get back in time to go to Game 6 and watch the Panthers win the Cup. Of course, now that I say that, maybe I'll jinx something. They won, a nice overtime game last night to bring the series back to 2-1. But I feel like right now it's a sporting aspect where it's all in, just keep the game going, try to win, because a draw does nothing for either side. And I'm feeling great, and I'm just really excited to be where I'm at. And if you had told me before the tournament I would be here, I probably would have said no chance that I'd be playing for first place in the final round, just have a solid result, and that's that. But things seem to be working out, and it's all good. It's all, as they say, I'm playing with house money right now, so it's all gratis. Anyway, see you guys.
Welcome back, and once again Hikaru giving us his deepest thoughts there in the confessional. And I like the way it all started with a summary of the other games, and then it kind of moved on to something very personal about how maybe he's not going to be playing too many games to qualify to the candidates, and then very cheerfully feeling very positive about his position.
And that was the moment probably before F5.
Yes. we are probably in for confessional part 3.
Yes, absolutely.
After F5.
But you know what I was thinking of, that he told us that he was preparing against Noterbeck with the other side being on the black side against this gambit or this system, the fried liver. And maybe it gave the idea to him yesterday that, well, actually it's not even so simple for black. And then maybe it came to the idea that, so then tomorrow I play this with white.
Yeah, inspired him.
Yeah.
Yeah, just often, there's just too many chess openings out there these days, and sometimes you need a little kind of nudge like that to push in the right direction. You see, one of your opponents has played this with success, you use it in a huge round, and that's paying off. Hikaru, it was interesting. What did you think? Not kind of overly fussed about playing the candidates, qualifying for the World Championship match. He mentioned the game against Ding last year in the candidates. If he drew that one, of course, he would have had his shot at the world title. He would have played Jan Nepomniachtchi. Do you think it's just not a priority for him right now?
Well, it's very clear that being a streamer is a priority. We see it also in this tournament that during the game he is using the confessional booth for streaming. and entertain our audience, as he knows that he's good at it, and also that it pleases the enthusiast fans of him and the viewers, I think, of the show. But
he did say in the Norway Chess conference that this streaming and this I don't care, I literally don't care philosophy is helping him a lot with his chess. Because to him, okay, he loses, not a big deal, he moves on to the next game. And the emotions surrounding and nerves surrounding those big moments are not there anymore. And so he can simply go on his merry way and march to the beat of his own drum.
You nailed the phrase there, Jovanka. Yeah, it seems like that beat is going pretty well for Hikaru so far. And wow, imagine winning this tournament. Pretty much semi-retired and just crushing everyone when he comes back. Meanwhile, while Fabi picks apart the ruins of his position, tries to find any solace there, should we do a quick roundup of the other games?
Yes.
Yeah, one game that I'm intrigued by is the clash between Anish Giri and Mamedyarov. We haven't actually been able to follow that one so far. We've had about 12 moves so far in that game after 1 hour and 12 minutes of play. So maybe we can start there, and then we'll do a quick roundup of the other games before checking in on how Fabi's doing. So this is the current position. Should we do a quick recap how we got here? Let's do a quick action replay. It started as a Spanish, as a Roy Lopez. Bishop b5 met by my favorite blitz move, knight ge7. I don't trust it. I think it's a bit too provocative, but there are some ideas that Black has.
But Mamedyarov played not the first time.
Yeah, that's true. He often adds a6 as well, kind of beforehand. There's some key differences if the bishop's on a4 or not in this line. But Anish met this very directly. I'm surprised by this, Anish. d4, and after a bunch of exchanges, takes, knight c6, hitting the white queen. And after the queen retreated, we see this move from Mamedyarov, really kind of, I would want to say clever, knight b4. It's also very direct, hitting the c2 pawn, threatening a nasty fork on that square, forcing white's queen back to an even clumsier post. And after the move c6, kicking the white bishop back, this is the current position, queen to d1 and rook e8. White's queen has moved 4 times at this early stage, but black has lost a lot of time as well.
It's not only that 4 times, but it went back to its initial square.
I know. That was quite unique.
If it would be standing on g3 or h5, let's say, or even f4, I would understand the effort, you know. But
it's like you're doing a workout, but you're not actually going out the door and running. You're just jogging on the spot, running on the spot.
Don't knock that, David.
Sorry. I'm sure that's a viable way of burning those calories. That white queen, though. Quite the journey. And okay, what do we make of the resulting position here? Just started the middle game. Both sides have castled. Looks to me like white should have a small advantage due to the kind of extra space in the center, but I'm not sure how much that is. White's bishop developed now. Anish, very sensible move. Judith, would you take white or black?
Well, at first it seems like I would rather play it with the white. And of course, after bishop f4, finally the queen can make its 5th move to d2 to prepare the rook move to d1, and it will be pressing the d6 pawn. So the question is, I think, whether can black play d5 in this position? Because otherwise white can go bishop d6 or even play e5 at some point and don't allow the d7 pawn to break out anymore. So black definitely has to react. d6, d5, bishop c6, bishop f6. Though bishop f6 seems to me that it's pretty shaky, because after that bishop d6 would be occupying that square and it would be very difficult for black to come out. So I believe d6 or d5.
Yeah, before this becomes a real backward pawn on d7. Yeah, it feels like he wants to lash out. It's also Mamedyarov style to play a move like d5 if it works.
The only thing is that after d5 I would want to play a3 and ask that knight, what are you doing there? Go back to the rim.
Yeah, but from there it will go to c5.
Yeah, should we jump and just show this one variation before we continue our roundup?
Absolutely.
Be a key moment here. If black can't play d5, then it might be a severe disadvantage. Strategically, you want to kick away this black knight. And first of all, do I retreat or do I counterattack? Maybe I counterattack against white's knight. Is this possible.
Yeah, this is what I was calculating. What about a takes b4, d takes c3, and queen... maybe I don't even take on d8. I go b takes c3, because if I take on d8, you take with the bishop, and you open up for the rook's road to e4.
Yeah, so the takes ends here. No queen takes pawn, queen takes queen there. Instead, we take this pawn.
Yeah. And
yeah, how does black fight back temporarily a pawn down? There's an annoying pin on the A file. The evaluation bar at least says it's level, but I don't see how immediately. Let's say I trade the queens.
Yeah, rook f takes d1, and on bishop f6, e5 was the plan.
Maybe I can start with the move g5 just to give my king some space.
But you know what? Maybe you do play bishop f6.
Bishop f6.
And after e5, bishop f5.
Because this pawn is pinned in the center. There's so many tactics, despite it being reduced now to rooks and bishops left on the board.
And after e takes f6, rook e2, rook a5.
Oof, it's double attack. That's annoying.
And I succeeded to get 2 pawns down.
Yeah.
Everything is hanging.
Unfortunately, I can't take a rook.
I love that line where you said, no, let's not do that with Mamed's position.
Yeah, the pawn count alone is not too important because it's opposite colour bishops. It's just more the tactics that work in white's favour here. So I was thinking maybe we start with a move g5 just to give the black king some breathing space, and only once you decide what to do with this bishop, for example, if you step back now, bishop f6, and e5 is less powerful because the black king will never get checkmated on the back rank.
Well, I guess after g5 I will have to bring back the bishop to d2 to defend this e3 or to e3. But yeah.
And now I think again, and I'm not sure what to do. Yeah, I mean, I think it's this type of position at least that Mamedyarov is mulling over, contemplating. Does he have enough compensation for the pawn? If he, in the game position, plays d5, then it looks like we're forced down these lines. It's going to become extremely, extremely kind of forcing the nature of the play.
Okay. So, tense game there. Should we go back to the bird's eye view? Because Hikaru actually specifically mentioned 2 names. Obviously, Fabiano was one of them. And then he also mentioned that for Alireza, it was probably a very important game because being number 2 in the world rankings is actually very important when it comes to qualifying for the candidates.
Yeah, there might be a rating spot on the line for the candidates tournament. There certainly was in the past. That's how Ding got in. He needed to play a lot of games last minute, but he got through on rating and later became world champion. And Alireza as black. He's also playing the tail-ender, Tari, who's had a tough couple of days, tough fortnight actually here in Stavanger. And this position has changed slightly. The pawn structure has clarified, or at least black has made a big decision to put a pawn on e5. What do we make of this?
Well, the main achievement or the main happening, what was happening is that the bishop from c1 went to g3 through the road of bishop g5, h4 and g3, right? And that's a big question whether is it placed very well there. And of course that after e5 there is a great opportunity for white to go knight h4 and knight f5. And this way that the bishop on g3, the black c6 knight is tied down to the e5 pawn for the moment.
Yeah, so you're happy to keep the tension in the center as white. I guess another big question is whether to take, whether to block, whether to just leave it, not touch anything in the middle of the board.
I think for now it's quite fine for white to keep the tension. And in some occasions maybe d5, though I would not be very happy with the bishop on g3 moving the pawn forward to d5. It's more about keeping the tension.
Yeah, it looks like d5 is bad for all 4 bishops on the board. Just none of those bishops will be happy if the center gets locked up.
Yes, because after d5 kind of positions, the bishop should be standing on e3.
Yeah, I guess the plus side, this black bishop on b7 will be kind of dead for the next few moves if the center locks up after d5, but you have to weigh up that move very carefully. So you're angling towards a direct attack, Judith. Maybe bringing the knight forward. What else could white think about here?
Well, that is something to think of, but I'm afraid that maybe after knight h4 he takes d4 and black will open up the position. Though after knight h4, the most logical move is to go bishop f8, especially that black played rook e8. Bishop f8 is kind of the plan, because after bishop f8, the b7 bishop and the e8 now everything on d4, and they put pressure on the e4 pawn.
Yeah, this could be a target if things do open up, certainly. It does worry me as well for Ariane here that he's burnt a lot of time so far. He's down 25 minutes on the clock. Could be significant later on. That tends to be when things start to crumble for him. But yeah, just a very tense, very balanced middle game so far. Shall we check in on the rest of the action?
Absolutely. Let's head back to the bird's eye view. And shall we pay a visit to, other games that I'd like to check in on, as the Wesley So Gukesh game. Gukesh 13 points in the tournament, number 3 here, and also on the live rankings, number 13 in the world.
Yeah, I'm just opening up to see what number he could climb to. With a win, he'll move up to 12th in the world, most likely, Gukesh. Yeah, just such a meteoric rise to the top, and he would crown it off with a nice result here. He's been great in Armageddon as well, Gukesh, so if he gets that far, if he holds the classical,
and he even missed
chances.
Opportunity. Well, he had both.
Yeah.
There against Fabiano. Fabiano could have win against him in Armageddon, but he could win against Magnus.
And what do we make of developments here? It hasn't changed too much, apart from the fact that Wesley has somehow contorted his king and rook, so his king has landed back on its starting square, but at least he's activated these two pieces. Pressure on d5. I quite like White's position, I've got to say, even if it doesn't look like anything too special.
Oh, it looks very nice for White, to be honest. The rooks on d1 and c1 optimally placed completely. So black will have to think very much how to look for counterplay. Maybe bishop f6 can be the move, because if, well, bishop e6 is also possible, but
it feels passive.
The position is passive. That's why I'm thinking if you bishop f6 and I give away the d5 pawn.
But it's actually not a big threat to take the d5 pawn, because then you can play bishop e6. And I spot that loose person on a2.
Yeah, both of these pawns potentially vulnerable, undefended on the queen side. Yeah, I'm liking both of those suggestions, or especially going for the pawns immediately with bishop to f6. Gukesh, he loves to calculate if he can. He loves to choose the active solution if possible. So I'm expecting something like this. Bishop e6 would be like the last resort type of move. If you calculate and see nothing better, then you just curl up, defend everything, and hope your position doesn't fall apart.
Well, bishop f6 seems to be the most logical one.
Yeah. Actually, the feature chat just pointing out there that Wesley's significantly lower on the clock. He's got half the time that Gukesh does, burning over an hour to get here, Wesley. That's not too characteristic of him. Usually he's quite quick, quite practical.
At the same time, he can spend all his time, how much he wants to, because it's a type of position you're not in danger. So if he has to blitz 5 minutes, he's also not going to be losing this game, right?
Yeah.
Or he can, but then something very much has to go wrong. So it's a very stable position where no complications really. So then he would just go simplification and draw the game.
Yeah, for example, later he can put his knight on d4 and just kind of lock things down, trade off everything, and it will fizzle out. So he's spending the time to try and create something here. Gukesh, finally, for the first time really in this game, sinking deep into thought. Yeah, we're expecting bishop f6, but the game will be decided a bit later. How about Magnus? Should we check in there?
We definitely have to check in there, because I, for one, thought that this position was very sophisticated, and I wasn't sure how White was going to just nurture a tiny advantage. But it looks like Magnus is doing his thing again.
Yeah, he's nursing those bishops to full health. Those white bishops are still alive as long as they live. Then Nodibek is the one trying to equalize. But black's knights look active. Looks like black's got nice control in the center. Hikaru, in his confessional, we got to trust our fourth commentator. He said that Nodibek was in preparation. and probably knew the details of this kind of queenless middle game. What do you think? I mean, I would take white every time just because, again, minimal risk, just like Wesley. It feels like white can bail out if necessary.
I also would take white, generally speaking, because still I believe that white has a lot of resource in this position. It's true that black is very active with his knights, and also the rooks are on the open file, but it's not clear what they can do there. So white in the later stage, for sure, he's going to be playing b4 because everything is preparing for that, you know, that order to play b4. But for the moment, it's not a good move, I believe, because of knight e4. So the rook on f7 is not only standing on the f5, but also defending the b7, which can be very important. Because, for example, now after b4, knight e4, ba5, knight c3, the pawn would be under attack otherwise. So white has to look for something where important squares are e4 and d3 for white. So the question is how to control those squares. But for now, knight d3 is not something would bother white too much, because he would just play bishop d2 or bishop e3 to develop the bishop and move away. So white has to make some clever move. Maybe rook e1 is a move I would consider for sure.
Rook e1 right now?
Yeah.
Would that not walk into rook takes
would I
f2?
walk into... Oops.
Let's put this on the board.
That was a bad one.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to improve that piece too, but rook e1 may be met by rook takes f2.
Rook f2 and knight d3, yeah. Sorry for the blunder.
No, I mean, I would make this blunder myself, definitely. And there's a nasty fork on the white king and rook.
So maybe white should be going, instead of rook e1, what about rook d1?
Rook d1, just to cover the knight from coming into the d3 square.
Though after this, knight g4 can be the move, and after f3, knight e4. Go into simplification.
Yeah. Big problems on f2, just to show that, Judith. Suddenly black is in control. How to improve, therefore?
I mean, what about going back to the good old-fashioned way of just pinning the knight with bishop f4?
And knowing Magnus, he would want to, as black, sacrifice the rook for bishop, but...
Yeah.
but it does allow like moves like knight c4.
Yeah, that's what I
well.
would go. Knight c4, and if we simplify and we exchange the bishop pair, then I think black has a nice position.
Yes.
Outpost on c4, e4 for the knight.
Yeah.
Maybe the key is actually just to make a small little improving move instead of... this position looks great for black, as you both highlighted. Maybe just to go h3, just to stop the knight getting to g4.
Yeah, I like it. There's no rush. You kind of play h3. Eventually, you hope to carve out this nice safe square for your bishop on e3. You might have to play b3 as well at some point, but it takes a while. I'm reminded of Peter Leko making fun of me that I love to put my bishops on e1. So I'm looking at bishop d2. If you hit my bishop, I'm not sure how, then I'll just hide it so you can never capture it. But it feels too passive here. I just wanted to kind of provoke, kind of support f3 or b4 later, but feels artificial. Either way, this is the current position. Magnus needs an improving move, and it's not easy to find one.
Actually, I like h3, but also I can think of maybe b3. I don't know, on b3 what happens, knight e4. But let's go h3 for the moment.
Okay. h3. Yeah. How does black improve? That's the kind of inverse question here.
Because then next move I can go rook d1 if I want it too much. If I want it very much to be played. It's good to take away the square, the g4 square from the knight.
Yeah, let's improve the rook. Let's say I wait as black. Let's say I just pass g6. I want to take away the f5 square from your knight.
Yeah, let's say rook d1. I don't want to see your knight on d3.
Yeah, it's just so tense.
And also don't forget that maybe I don't play rook d1, but I play bishop h6. Because finally I have a nice square there.
I gave you a square. The last thing I needed to give your bishop a beautiful square, a nice home. And now h3 is the most relevant move on the board, Jovanka. You've prevented knight g4. Nice one. I think, yeah, I mean, imagine Magnus playing it. I think he might do. It's a Magnus type of move as well, h3, right? Just kind of preventative.
Yeah, it's a good wait and see move, and as you highlighted, it's also difficult for black to improve.
Ooh.
But
Bishop f4.
Plays the other move you mentioned.
Yeah, but this one was awarded a question mark by the panel because of knight c4.
Ooh, we'll have to find out. Black's knight is likely to come to c4, and a dark squared bishop trade will favour black, getting rid of the bishop pair. Yeah, I'm surprised as well, gotta say. Unless he's got some tricks up his sleeve.
What happens if after knight c4 white goes b3?
Yeah.
Bishop f4, b takes c4.
Let's jump into this just before we head back to the Hikaru Nakamura against Fabiano Caruana game.
Well, Hikaru game is Fabiano is still thinking.
Still thinking.
He's simply, I mean, he has to think. It's
but
critical moment.
Imagine how much confidence Hikaru is gaining by the fact that Fabiano has gone into the tank now for so long. But we'll get to that point soon. Judy, you mentioned b3,
yes.
Counter-strike. Now bishop takes bishop is met by pawn takes knight. And suddenly black has to move this piece.
Bishop d2.
Let's, I assume, continue.
I thought the c takes d5. And now we've bishop c3. I believe knight e6 can be unpleasant.
Nice tactics, nice geometry here. If black takes the knights off the board, rook takes pawn now is impossible due to a nasty pin. All the targets on light squares lined up nicely. Yeah.
This is not possible.
This is the type of thing Magnus would calculate as well. I know him too well. He's hoping for knight c4 and b3.
And if we go back again, b3, bishop f4, b takes c4.
Sorry, this position.
Bishop d2. C takes d5, and if black takes back, then I thought that rook b5 may be the move.
Hitting the knight, hitting the pawn behind it.
And one day when bishop comes to b3, that will hurt.
But there are some tricks, like bishop takes c3.
And then I thought rook takes c5, bishop takes d4, rook d5.
Yeah.
And after that, some bishop b3 unpleasant things.
Yes, certainly unpleasant and very well calculated by Magnus. And meanwhile, our fourth commentator, Hikaru Nakamura, just keeps pumping out the content. We have another video of him in the confessional, so let's take it to Hikaru, who breaks down his current position.
Yeah, so I saw Magnus was just in here, and that kind of made me want to come back. And I mean, as Fabiano is using more and more time, I'm becoming more and more optimistic about my position. I think the main reason I'm so optimistic is because in this position, since I'm up 2 pawns, Fabiano basically has to have counterplay right away. If he doesn't have counterplay right away, and I can say play b4, b5, and undermine the central pawn on e5, his position is going to fall apart almost instantly. And so in this situation, it's really, really good because from the general standpoint of being in a must-win game, Fabiano doesn't have any easy moves, and if he has something really good, I'm sure he'll find it. But realistically, if he doesn't find it, all my moves are going to be extremely easy to play, I think. So I'm actually feeling more and more optimistic, and the longer Fabiano thinks, the more confident I become. Now, of course, who knows what the objective valuation is, but the fact that Fabiano played f5 and now he's deep in the tank, I'm not sure what the difference is, but I know there's some positions where you're not supposed to play knight e4 after c5, because after bishop f8, bishop a3, there is f5. But I think because of this rook c1 move being here, it's completely different than the line that Fabiano is trying to transpose to. And I think Fabiano probably actually realizes this, which is why he's thinking so long here. So the longer Fabiano thinks, the more confident I become, and I'm feeling really, really good about this game right now. Now, of course, maybe I'm being too optimistic. Of course, I'm sure he has some resource, and Fabiano is an extremely good calculator. But the longer he thinks, the closer we get towards an eventual time scramble, I become very, very optimistic. So I'm very pleased with everything I've gotten, and I could not have asked for more so far, and we'll see what happens.
And there we saw Hikaru saying he's feeling really, really good about the position. and giving us an insight that he thinks Fabiano Caruana just got his move orders mixed up.
Well, probably this is the case, and it was also important to see, which is a very typical case when your opponent is thinking long, you gain self-confidence on the other side. Because if your opponent is not making a move quickly, it means that he miscalculated something or misevaluated something. So it means that he's in trouble, and then you're like, your self-confidence grows. But of course, at the end, you have to make the right move. And Queen d5 was played, which is probably the only move to continue the game, pretending that Black has enough compensation for the pawn, right? Because somehow Black has to get activity. Without activity, he just has the 2 pawns down.
Yeah, I've got to say, were the two of you surprised by the fact that Hikaru, I mean, he seemed confident, he said he was happy, but I mean, the fact that he wasn't jumping up and down, if it were me, I'd be, I wouldn't be able to contain my excitement here. Just a beautiful position for White, extra material, everything going his way.
Yeah, but they say, especially when you play chess, that it's good to have a little bit of everything. You can't have too much happiness because this will lead to overexcitement and then you make rash decisions on the board. So a tiny bit of happiness is good, but you can leave the celebrations for when the game is finished.
Absolutely. And you could see that he was like really happy about his position. He's happy. He couldn't get a better position out of the opening. But I also feel that he just cannot believe it. That this is what he has after move 15 in a must-win situation.
Do you think he knows, I mean, he knows he has the advantage. Do you think he knows it's winning if he's accurate here? Huge lead.
This is interesting. That I think he does not know that he's winning. He feels that it's a good position, but also the confirmation came from Fabi spending so much time. But if he would know that the game is winning, then it would be a much better situation for him. And for the moment, he knows that, well, it should be pretty good. I mean, I feel good about it. I don't see enough compensation, but I think he must think that, well, I'm a little bit better, but I have to play well. And by far, he's not necessarily thinking that he has a huge advantage.
Which kind of brings me on to a question. When you guys assess positions, do you ever have that absolute assessment, I'm winning? Because having spoken to a lot of people, they just say, oh, well, I'm going to improve my bishop. Oh, well, I'm going to improve this pawn. And only when they know it's 100% in the bank do they go, I'm winning.
Well, it depends on the position, right?
Right.
I mean, in this position, you don't say that I'm winning. And even if you see the computer saying that it's +4, you say, well, okay, it's +4, but you have to win it, right?
Exactly.
So it can be kind of tricky because the players know it by now that even if the engine says something very huge advantage, in practice it can be very misleading. That how to really convert your advantage, your objective advantage, into victory. That's a whole completely different story.
Yeah.
Yeah, so back to the game. We, as mentioned there, Jovanka, we saw Fabiano pause for 30 odd minutes, I think 32, 33 minutes on that last move as Black. Eventually, Queen d5 was the product of that deep think. And Judy, you mentioned it was one of the only moves to keep Black in the game. How is Hikaru going to react? We were discussing White's queen coming to c2 just to try and trade off the queens. Is that still the most logical move in your mind?
Well, it is logical. At the same time, what Nakamura also said, that b4, b5 is kind of an idea what he wants to play. And queen c2 is on the board, because the a2 pawn would be taken by you.
Yes.
Maybe not by Fabi, but Jovanka would have gobbled up that pawn if b4 had happened.
I hold my hands up and say yes.
So, okay, protecting a2 just in case you want to push the b pawn forward, but also more pertinently, queen c4. Wow, how to stop that? Is it a threat, first of all?
And Nakamura, I think he's just so enthusiastic that he cannot sit in the chair right now, because he just cannot believe it, that he thinks he's winning, but he cannot believe it that he's winning.
Yeah.
Is Hikaru a pacer by nature?
I've seen him at multiple kind of tournaments where he's a bit of a mix. If he's confident or if he's bored, as he's said in the confessional, then often he does pace. But it's a bit of a mixture. He likes to stay focused, and I mean, this is before the pandemic that I kind of saw him a bit more over the board. He doesn't play so much OTB recently, but yeah, it's kind of a mix. A lot of players, they're defined either by pacing or by sitting stoically at the board. He's, I would say, in the middle somewhere. But this game...
Well, now I think he's not pacing. He's just attached to the confessional booth.
Part 4. Episode 4 coming soon.
I think half of the time, at least when he stands up from his chair, he's going to the confessional booth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and how annoying is it for Fabiano? Because he probably knows that's exactly what Hikaru is doing. So he's suffering, he's made a blunder, and then you know that every long thing that you do, he's going to be there. La 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 la.
This is the last thing you have in mind when you are having troubles on the board.
Yeah, I think the fact that he knows his position is quite bad by now, it's focusing his mind, Fabiano. So while he focuses on finding defensive resources, should we try and find the best for him? What's going to be the lesser evil in this position?
Yeah, let's see how Black can try to save it and look for counter plays. Of course, Black has to avoid by any means to exchange the queens. Mm-hmm. Because if it's going to be exchanged, then it's an even a worse version of it, I believe. But I don't see exactly how he can avoid that. That's the only problem. If King H8, then anyway, Queen C4.
Yeah. No way to avoid this trade unless you go all the way back home, but that surely won't work.
Yeah, but I think after going home to D8, it means Queen F7, for example.
Ugh. White breaks
Probably
through.
many moves. I mean, White can also play B4, B5, or...
Yeah, Hikaru mentioned that himself. Just
Bishop
undermining this
B2.
knight.
Bishop B2, maybe that's the easiest. Just Bishop B2 and go to the diagonal. And it's not only that White has 2 extra pawns, but White has the activity also. So he's just over.
Yeah, this one is resignable. So maybe the conclusion there is that we cannot avoid the trade of queens. And if we cannot avoid that...
Which is a very bad news for Black.
Very
that's
bad
for
news.
Sure.
It's all about this bishop. If you could just teleport it anywhere else, if you could put it on F7, if you could put it on H5 somewhere, then you'd be okay. But this bishop is totally caged by the white knight and definitely cannot take the white knight off because the queen replaces it. And as you said, Julia, earlier, this pawn drops. This time it's the same thing we showed, but even worse for Black because queens have been eliminated. 3-pawn deficit too much. What else?
Well, it must be so frustrating to see this position from the Black side. That he just, I mean, this is when you're just cursing yourself that how could I do this? Right. How could I end up in this position in move 16, you know?
Yes.
Without having a game, right? Because out of the opening it was 1-2 moves and it's collapsing.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaking error from Fabi. But, you know, he still has to keep the game alive. You know, the principle of increased resistance, as Ding was saying in his World Championship match. Okay, if there's no immediate win, then just look at the line that's going to prolong things. So I'm just thinking maybe you go Bishop E6 and just say, you know, there's a pawn on D3 that if you manage to reinforce your position, you can use that one as a target.
Yeah, Bishop E6 is something very sensible, but for example, first of all, anyway, I can go Queen C4. Or just taking on E6. Mm-hmm. Let's take on E6.
So my idea after taking on E6 was obviously to capture back with the rook. Otherwise, all manner of material falls, and you don't want that. And then...
Okay, let's say captures the bishop. I'm not sure it's the best, maybe, but okay.
Rook takes.
And Queen C4.
Yeah. And then the idea was basically just to say, okay, the trade is going to happen, but I will try to make sure that you, if you want the queens off the board, you capture me. So Rook D8.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, for example, if the queens disappear right now, Jovanka, then maybe this is holdable for Black, or at least it's
something.
Something, yeah. Everything is covered at least, and as you mentioned, this pawn is a target, but to me it looks like a miserable defense ahead. White just brings the rook up, and still 2-pawn advantage. Looks very, very strong for Hikaru.
Yeah.
Maybe there's even better than this. Queen c2 on the board.
Yes, difficult decision for Fabiano Caruana. But in the meantime, our reporter Sverre caught up with Chris Littlejohn, who is Hikaru's second, to ask him his thoughts on the position and also to talk about the role of being a second at a tournament.
And Chris, I thought it was funny. Hikaru, he was really throwing it out there. He was saying either Fabiano has messed up or my second is overlooked something drastically. What was the correct answer here?
The correct answer, it looks like, is that Fabiano messed up. So I think Fabiano confused the lines. Instead of bishop a3, there's a possibility to play knight e4 first. And in this line, what Fabiano did with f5 can occur, but with what we have on the board, with rook c1 and knight c6 included, what Fabiano did just doesn't work at all. And it seems very, very promising for Hikaru right now.
And there we heard Chris Littlejohn's Hikaru's long-time second. We had there for over 15 years, telling us that, yeah, Fabiano had made an error, had mixed things up. And there in chat, Fried Liver, officially a Grandmaster opening. I mean, it's always been a Grandmaster opening despite this funny name.
Yeah, it hasn't been in fashion for a while with white, but yeah, I think it's normally employed by maybe less experienced players who just want to go directly for the kill, or more experienced players trying to outplay younger rivals in these totally wild type of positions that ensue. Meanwhile, we have a move. Rook to d8 on the board. What do we think of this?
Absolutely, rook d8 is on the board. So black wants to put pressure on the d3 pawn by any means. I'm thinking, what about queen c3 now? Because I want to put pressure on the e5 pawn.
Black's move, the consequences, it does weaken the e5 pawn.
Yes, immediately pinpointing the weakness of the move, possibly, after rook moved from e8 to d8. Because if, let's say, queen c4, that's the most logical, right? If queen c4, then what Fabiano could have thought of is to take on c5.
Let's jump in and show this. Fabiano's just leapt away from the board. So queen c4 is maybe the most obvious move, or the most consistent move at least. And here you mentioned after queen c4, Judith, bishop takes c5.
Bishop takes c5. And another question is how white is continuing, because let's say queen takes d5, rook d5, rook takes c5.
Yeah, I guess I have to take you.
Takes.
Yeah. How to defend this pawn? Looks hopeless, this endgame.
Well, you can counterattack. Bishop a6. I'm spotting those weak pawns, but it's not enough, really.
Well, the question is, let's say, if rook e8.
Ah, sorry, after knight takes e5.
The problem is there are really a lot of pawns missing from black's position.
Yeah, let's just show that line once again. It was this position.
And Hikaru is very much on the edge of playing it.
Yeah, rook e8, I guess, just d4 here. And yeah, I think he's going to play this queen c4 move, get the queens off the board, as you mentioned, Judith, this type of position.
Well, it's very hard to resist not to play queen c4, right? Even if something else is better. Queen c4 is a move that you know that you exchange the queens, it's a one-way, it's for two results.
Yeah, the other move you mentioned, queen c3, also looks good. Just attacking this pawn, but slightly more tension left on the board. So it's just about whether he goes for it now or finesses it with a kind of stepping stone move first.
But actually after queen c4, bishop c5, also possible just to capture it back first on c5, not to exchange the queens first, because the queen cannot escape from the exchange. I thought with the bishop.
Aha, yeah.
Maybe the queen is better though. But maybe after queen c5, I would go bishop b7.
Yeah.
And I can be happy for a moment.
Some tricks along the diagonal.
Well, it's not even much of a trick, but at least if white cannot take on e5, there is a trick, because knight takes e5 and there's problem on g2.
Whoops.
Yeah, that would be a blunder. Takes on d5 and then rook takes. But obviously this is not going to be missed by white. So after bishop b7, at least I feel that I have little compensation after that.
So let's have a bet here. Queen c4. Let's have a vote at least. It's going to happen.
Queen c4.
Yeah.
You?
It's too tempting, right? But I do really like your queen c3, but yeah, queen c4.
Yeah, I originally thought b4, but sometimes this bishop is kind of caught offside for a move or two. But yeah, I'll vote queen c4 as well. Looks like we're all assuming Hikaru is simply going to take the queens off.
But it's interesting, he wanted already to play this move. He had the hand, the movement that he wants to play. But now his head is in his hands, and it seems like, no, I go back to think and decide the best.
Yeah, and that's actually a good strategy, right? You don't let your impulses take over, and you just, okay, let me be objective about the position. Do what needs to be done.
He does have a ocean of time right now. Hikaru still over 1 hour 20. We've already reached move 20. So halfway to the point before the players get increment, and yeah, I think he's well within his rights to pause, and it's nice to have that self-control, to have that alertness. You don't want to rush too much with excitement. That's how points can slip away. Queen c4. Any moment now, we are expecting Fabiano.
Well, this can be a problem for Nakamura, that he can get overexcited. That, what a chance, and this is my chance, and what happens if I'm winning? So obviously it's very hard to eliminate this thought while having a very good advantage in the position. Secondly, when you have a very good position or winning position almost, you always have several alternatives. And for that you have to be very strong, because the amount of grandmasters I met who were complaining that I was winning, but there is a lot of saying that you experience that.
That's always an excuse, right?
Yeah, it's better to sit there and focus and recalculate, especially when you have such a time advantage also, and really think about it. Queen c4, queen c3, bishop b2. I mean, there are several alternatives. And also that maybe if queens, it's not a matter of whether white is better or not. The question is whether queen c4 is the best. Because the one thing what black can be playing for is somehow simplify the position to a different color, opposite color bishop endgame with the rooks, or moreover without the rooks, and then maybe 2 extra pawns will not be enough. So this is somehow where things can go wrong for white.
Yeah. Absolutely. And on that note, I think it's the perfect time to take a small break. And first of all, we mentioned, though, the Junior Speed Chess Championship, which is just days away from the Junior Speed Chess Championship, where the strongest young talent in speed chess will go head-to-head for their share of $50,000. But they aren't the only ones with a shot to win big. Fill out and submit your JSCC bracket for a chance to win 6 months of premium Chess.com membership. Submission closes when the first match begins, so don't miss your chance. Use !fantasy in chat to submit your bracket, and we'll be back with the final round of Norway Chess right after this break.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. You getting started on the fundamentals? You should check out everyone's first chess workbook. Maybe you want to stop letting all those points slip away in the endgame. 100 endgames you must know is the course for you. Did you not notice your king was in check and still can't figure out why the pieces won't move? Actually, Chessable can't help you with that. Maybe try refreshing your tab. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Hello and welcome back to the coverage of today's final round of Norway Chess. And for those of you who just joined us, I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm commenting alongside the absolutely wonderful grandmasters Judith Polgar and David Howell. And well, we've seen a lot of excitement already. And the biggest news was actually Fabiano Caruana blundering and making a very heartbreaking error, actually, to, it feels like, almost spoil the game completely. Has there been any action? Let's check out the bird's eye view and see what's happened.
Yeah, the only action is that queens are indeed off the board. We predicted this before the break, as mentioned as well. Hikaru Nakamura 2 pawns up, close to glory in the tournament. And just during the break, I was thinking about it. actually, Fabiano, maybe he knew too much about this opening. He knew that f5 was an idea, just like Hikaru's second was saying, but he couldn't remember the move order, and in these cases it's better to know nothing at all. It's better to kind of rely on your own calculation. It feels like he was trying to make this move work when it didn't, and it's all backfired.
Especially in such an opening where things do matter. One tempi here, one tempi there. And the big difference is that the rook was standing already on c1. So every piece of white was ready to meet this f5 move with a good reaction, capturing the pawn. And after that, immediately queen c2, queen c4 was coming. And black was not able to stop this because black's position was not active at all, having his bishops on c8 and f8 and the queen back on d8 and e8, the rook at the time. And after f5, it was a too active move, as we say sometimes, because there are a lot of weaknesses. What has happened to black on the king on g8 got vulnerable with all those knight g5 opportunities also. So yeah, this one mistake can cost him the whole game and the tournament victory.
Exactly, because these two are battling it out for first place. Hikaru Nakamura is in a must-win situation. He needs to get a classical win to take those 33 points. 3 points, not 33 points, and leapfrog over Fabiano Caruana.
And that brings us to the crux of the matter. Is it enough now? Will Hikaru get nervous? It's been going a bit too well for him. He will not have expected this beyond his wildest dreams, to be 2 pawns up, especially half an hour up as well on the clock after a couple of hours of play. Is there any chance of him going wrong here? How does white improve? How does white guarantee that he can convert this material lead?
This is a big question, how white is going to be converting his advantage, his extra 2 pawns, into victory. Because there is a pin with the knight on c5, so the f8 bishop is standing on its initial square, but at the same time it is active piece. So the question is how white wants to be realizing the advantage. For example, can white go away with the knight to a4, which we've seen this kind of idea before, giving up the bishop, and then black is able to play with 2 bishops. I think that's not the first move which white wants to be considering. For example, rook from e1 to c1, it's something to consider seriously, I believe, because after rook c1, doubling the rook, defending the c5 knight, which makes it possible in the next move to go bishop from a3 out of the pin to go back to b2. And the question is how black will be placing his bishop from c8, because it seems so that for that you have to eliminate the c5 knight first.
Right. Is it also an idea to make moves like... So hang on, let me just... Is black ever threatening to go f4? Or is that just...
In order to bring the bishop out?
Yeah.
Well, I think
Possibly.
that's one of the idea. If you don't want to capture on c5 and bring your bishop out, then basically that's the only idea, to play f4, and with the idea bishop g4 attacking the knight, or bishop f5.
Right. So that's why I was actually thinking that maybe g3 might be a move, although it looks ugly because I am weakening the light squares.
G3 just preventing black, or at least deterring black from playing the move f4. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, Hikaru here, he'll be looking at the forcing moves or the more direct moves, so I think maybe yours, Judith. B4 here does protect the knight, break the pin, but it doesn't feel kind of too intuitive to block in your bishop on a3 right now. I'm just saying this because he mentioned it in the confessional, that idea a bit earlier, Hikaru, so maybe still on his radar.
I think we are going to reach out in the next 4-5 moves, something that we simplify to one rook and bishop versus a rook bishop, and white has these double pawns on the d-file, so black is trying to get counterplay and try to save the game with the different color bishop ideas.
Should we try and illustrate that on the board? Let's jump in and show a plausible variation here.
I would go rook e c1 first.
Yeah, just back up that knight, support the knight on c5.
And now my plan is to go bishop b2. So black has to decide. For some reason, this on the side of the bar, It doesn't like my move rook c1, the most logical move.
It's changing its
changing.
mind.
Maybe because I was complaining, it just went up a little bit.
It heard you. The engine stockfish heard you there, Judith. And okay, meanwhile, I don't even see a logical move. Let's say I play a move like a5.
Let's say a5. Can I go back with the bishop from a3 to b2?
I wanted to give my knight a potential launch pad
Knight
on b4,
b4?
but then I drop this pawn on e5.
Yes, but maybe it's not enough for me, because after knight b4, and if I take knight e5, knight a2, and I have to leave the c line with my rook, and then it's a chasing. You will chase my rook with rook c2, knight b4.
Yeah, otherwise this white knight will drop off if the white rook moves away. Rook a1 here, I guess.
Yeah, but there already black has some way of fighting for a draw, right? Bishop, rook takes c5, and after rook e2, rook a2, bishop e6.
Yeah.
Forcing white to exchange on c5. So this is best position black had up to this point.
Since he played f5 in the opening, yeah. Some drawing chances here, still difficult. But yeah, rook ec1 looks like the way. Let's say I play that a5 move again. Is there anything cleaner?
There is a comment in chat saying d4 is resigned now. Is that really true?
Wow, okay. Let's go back to the game position. So instead of rook e to c1.
But after d4, e4 was my problem.
Oh, d4 does not look like resign now. Unless you mean for Hikaru's chances of winning the tournament. Because, yeah, this is ugly to allow this kind of step forward, kicking away the white knight. Suddenly, once the white knight moves, this d4 pawn will drop as well, and momentum turns. Maybe it was d4 in a different position mentioned.
Perhaps, yeah.
But, yeah, still a logical move. White would love to break forward, but unfortunately now this can be bypassed with e4. So always looking for pawn breaks is the right way to do things. Hikaru will do that for the rest of the game, just in this specific position.
I would also like to ask you something. Can I go bishop b2 here?
Wow, so bishop b2. I'm trying to work out how to trick you back, Judith.
I don't know, somehow I'm losing.
Bishop takes, knight
Probably
here.
bishop takes, and after rook c1, knight b4.
Isn't there rook takes first, and then you go bishop d4?
Ah, nice spot, Jovanka. Well done.
Yeah.
Bishop d4. I think that would have taken me. Well, I probably would have blundered into this as white. This counter-attacking idea, loose piece.
Actually, it's not so simple for Nakamura, because you feel that you have a huge advantage, but it can happen that, well, this is not enough, and then you calculate another line. It's not good enough. I should have more in this position, right? Just to, I mean, you wouldn't be happy to have only one pawn up.
Yeah. This is where you get itchy fingers. You kind of want to rush the win. You play a move like d4 or b4, and you regret later on.
Yeah. So rook c1 is one of the idea. If b4, I don't like b4 for some reason.
Yeah. As said in the featured chat, it is easy to mess it up, actually. We shouldn't forget the practical side. There's, of course, external factors, the psychology here. I think most mere mortals would mess this up, but Hikaru is Hikaru. And he's been given a head start, a handicap here. So b4, yeah, maybe just a6, just to stop the white b pawn moving forward.
Well, also rook b8 is possible after b4.
Oh, that's even more effective, yeah. The white bishop doesn't really want to be stuck on the side of the board for too much longer. What do we think? Is he going to find a convincing move here?
So let's say knight a4. Let's see why this is not so good.
Okay,
I would not like to give up my bishop on a3, but let's see.
Let's jump in to show this. Knight to a4. Bishops versus knights, that's the question. You know which side I'm picking now, Judith, suddenly. Even 2 pawns down. Well, actually, maybe not.
But try to defend your pawns.
Yeah, this is the key pawn here. I wanted to drop back originally just to hold everything together, but feels a bit shaky.
After this, I thought knight c3 is very strong.
Yep, forcing me to take your pawn.
And then I take on e5.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I've taken an ugly pawn on d3. You've taken a very important pawn on e5. Yeah, unfortunately, rook takes pawn, walks into knight c4.
Yeah, and that's losing.
Yeah, double attack. Knights are tricky.
Yeah, it is a good simplifying move, but psychologically, I don't think I could bring myself to just get a position where there's 2 bishops against 2 knights.
Yeah, I'm on your team here. I literally wouldn't even consider knight a4, that beautiful bishop pair for black. But still 2 pawns are 2 pawns.
And it's a pin, right?
Yeah.
So...
Don't break the chain, don't break the pin. Here, I think he can break the pin by stepping back with the knight.
So after rook e1, you go a5, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or what was it?
I was trying a5, just lack of
It was
other options.
a5. a5, and the bishop couldn't come to b2 because of knight b4 idea. So that made a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. Long think from Hikaru here, nearly 15 minutes.
Okay. So obviously he's not finding it easy actually to come up with a way to make things simple for him to enjoy those extra 2 pawns. And in the meantime, should we go and look at the bird's eye view and have a wander at the other games?
Just one question I have. I may I ask? Or I can't?
Okay, what was the question, Judith?
The question
I want to hear it.
had knight e6.
Oof. Maybe we'll go back and investigate that one once Hikaru maybe plays it. Or let's go in now.
Probably again it's some crazy idea, but I just had an idea that after knight e6 you cannot take the bishop on a3 because knight c7.
Wow. Those tricky knights, I've said it before, those pesky knights, that's a nasty fork. You can't defend both rooks at the same time. And white comes up with an extra, at least 2 pawns again. Simplified version this time. And if I take your knight instead?
Then my plan was to go rook takes c6.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I want to save this bishop somehow if I drop back.
And if bishop d7, I thought to go rook a6. Okay, I understand that on a3 my rook would not be standing so beautifully.
But there's moves like
bishop c8.
Yes.
Bishop c8 and chasing my rook.
Yeah, you have to keep defending this bishop, and if you step back...
Okay, 4 bishop d7, that's nice.
Eternal harassment, this rook cannot find a safe square. Otherwise, yeah, you're simplifying favourably, but tactics here.
Okay.
That's a nice spot though, I've got to say, knight e6. Tactical vision. Hikaru's probably calculated that as well. He's going to be spending at least a decent portion of his time.
Oh, and he's made a move. He's gone for our first suggestion of
the
just
most logical.
Doubling the rooks on the C line. And off he goes and leaves Fabiano Caruana to ponder. So let's revisit the bird's eye view and have a quick roundup of the situation on the other boards. So for the standings, it was super important, the game between Wesley So and Gukash. Last time we left it, we thought it was very nice for Wesley So. Is it still nice?
It's still nice from a perspective that Wesley So will not lose this game, but I don't think he's going to win this game either. Gukash has just played an extremely nice, strong move there. We see Wesley on the camera. Someone standing in front, kind of watching his game now, but Wesley head in hands, realizing that his chances of winning this classical game have disappeared because Gukash has simply traded off all the pieces. It's opposite color bishops. Yes, rooks remain, but this last pawn push, really nice, opening up this black bishop. So the isolated pawn will be traded for a very healthy pawn and no issues.
Armageddon incoming.
But which is important to notice that after rook d4, black cannot take the g2 pawn immediately because of rook g4. But after rook d4, I believe the easiest way for black to equalize is to play rook e8, attacking the e5 bishop first, and only after that, whatever white's reaction is, if he moves away the bishop, only then it will be captured on g2.
Important detail there, Judith. Yeah, and Gukash for sure has foreseen this.
At the same time, bishop d4 is possible, so after bishop g2, bishop a7.
But rook comes to attack the bishop.
And
Armageddon. Done.
Let's put a couple of these variations on the board, and then I think we can leave this one as the players rush towards that draw and towards the Armageddon.
Yes.
Jovanka, d4, really nice classy move there from Gukesh, just showing such great maturity. And as Judith mentioned, first of all, rook takes d4. Bishop takes g2 is not advisable due to rook g4 with a double attack hitting g2, hitting g7. This is at least going to be an extra pawn for white in the endgame. Instead, rook to e8, hitting the bishop, and no way for white to keep the balance, or at least keep the formation that he wanted. If the bishop does move, then safety. Bishop takes g2 and level material. And as Jovanka pointed out as well, similar line, but equally important, bishop takes pawn, bishop takes pawn. And now taking this one is met nice and simply by rook to a8 with a skewer at the very end. This a2 pawn drops, and again, total balance. It's going to be a draw.
Yeah, definitely. And well, let's head back to the bird's eye view and see if there are any other Armageddons incoming. Let's have a look at which one should we go to? Should we go to Magnus Carlsen, Nordebek?
I would like to see Anish also for a short time.
Let's go there then.
Because there is some very beautiful position from Anish perspective.
Yeah, and Anish versus Shakriar here, also opposite colour bishops, but this time with queens added to the equation, another set of rooks added as a bit of extra flavour, and compare the bishops this time relative to the game between Wesley So and Gukesh. This time it's clear which bishop is dominant. And yes, opposite colour bishops, but that does not mean that this game is drawish. It means actually that white has established a bind on the dark squares. Are you surprised, Judith, to see the evaluation bar in the centre here? Level material, it looks like this bishop far superior to its counterpart.
Well, it looks amazingly beautiful with the white side. And the important part is for white that after rook e6, white is going to be defending the bishop by playing rook d1. So probably black will have to sacrifice a pawn by playing c5 to be able to eliminate the bishop from d6. But then white is going to have a pawn up and is going to bring it to d4, centralize it. So it could be a very difficult game for black.
Yeah, despite the evaluation bar saying that this is roughly balanced, it feels like now is the critical moment for Mamedyarov. If he finds nothing, then he's simply going to be paralyzed. I mean, this black rook is going to be rendered offside soon. This black bishop may never move if he doesn't find a way out over the next few turns.
Yeah. c4 and c5 will just cement that bishop on d6. So, yeah, I completely agree. Shak does need to break out, get that light squared bishop cracking. And okay, let's go back to the bird's eye view and pop in on, I think, should we go to Ari and Tari, Alireza? Because there appears to be a lot of fireworks there. Well, maybe not fireworks. That's a bit of a strong move. But, you know, there's a knight on the f4 square.
A storm is coming.
Yes.
In that game.
But isn't there some action time for black? Like knight g2 kind of move?
Ooh, wow, Judith, tactics on the board. We do see that white's last move given a red cross. That means a miss. There was something better in the position for white, maybe something a bit stronger. And has this allowed some tricks? Black could take this pawn. This is based on the fact that after a trade of dark square bishops, black's queen will jump out to g5 a bit later on. There we see the definition of these little graphics. Yeah, it's a miss. Didn't find the key move. And will he be punished, Arian Tari?
I don't know, because at first, of course, it comes to mind, what about knight g2?
Let's jump in.
Yeah.
Boom. The top players always look for these forcing moves first. And let's say I take your knight.
And then if you take the knight, bishop takes e3. Rook takes e3, queen g5 check, knight g4 only move to protect the rook, h5, and then I believe the only move for white is to play h4. And after this...
queen to f4 maybe?
Yeah, queen f4.
Just to keep this
that
rook...
That was my first intention.
Attacked.
And black seems to be having a great position.
Yeah, this looks fantastic. The knight will be captured next move, and white's king just too vulnerable. You regain the material with interest.
Yeah, and if you play queen e2, then h takes g4, takes, and knight comes to f6. Attacking the pawn on g4, And also sometimes to think about knight d5 sacrifices.
Don't forget that sleeping bishop, that sleeping giant on the diagonal.
So after knight g2, I don't know what exactly can be a saving opportunity for white. There's also an idea after knight g2 to play bishop g5, and after queen g5, knight h3. Which after I thought to go knight e3, knight g5, knight d1. And I don't know if I'm blundering something. Probably knight f7 is the move.
But even this position, black, I mean, even if I kind of be lazy here and just take this knight back, surely this is a good transition. Black's knight can come around to f4. And black's bishop will find new life, breath of fresh air on the c8 square. Feels like superior minor pieces for black. Superior pawn structure. This is a backward pawn. Might not be much, but just depends whether this is forced or whether Firouzja has something better in the current position. Knight takes g2. Oof.
Well, this is an option for sure for black. The only thing, the question is whether Alireza will find it enough, or he wants to go somewhere further and play a longer game.
But it's very tempting, right? You wreck the white pawn structure, you give yourself permanent access to the f4 square, and the calculations work out in your favor. It's enough, right?
It is enough unless your name is Alireza and you're the most ambitious player in chess and you want to keep tension. Every time he gets given an option, he'll go for the one that kind of is most unpleasant for the opponent, and maybe he'll have one eye on Ariane's clock under, around 36 minutes now. Maybe he'll just want to keep asking questions rather than head down a long forcing line where we'll kind of have a lot of moves quickly and maybe a level-ish endgame.
Yeah. And by the way, the game between Wesley So and Gukesh will 100% end in a draw, and we will be seeing our first final round, Armageddon.
Yeah.
Oh, and just as I speak, it finishes in a draw. So in 20 minutes, those two players will be facing off with faster and more furious time controls.
Yeah, and just before we see that Armageddon, okay, we see some confusion, some discussion here between the two players. They're talking to the arbiter right now, maybe just asking when the Armageddon starts. Gukesh has left the black king in the center, but normally that means black has won. This game was a draw. A bit naughty there. He should retract his king, or Wesley should have left his king in the center as well. But either way, good classical tournament for Gukesh.
Absolutely amazing classical tournament for him. You know, to be third in the standings with the world's best players in the lineup is just incredible. So, fantastic future for the 17-year-old Gukesh. And now he will face off in his final Armageddon. And he's also been Armageddon King. He's won 4 out of 5. Impressive.
Yeah. Will he make it 5 out of 6? Gukesh. Yeah, yesterday was one of the games of the tournament, and he'll want to finish this experience off here in Stavanger on a high. Okay.
In the meantime, can we go and look at Magnus's game for a short? And then we can go back to Hikaru's game, because there were some moves also over there.
Let's see if Magnus can end this tournament with a win, with a classical victory. It looks like a set of rooks are off the board.
I believe it favors white, what happened in the last 6-7 moves. Or even less. White played f3, improved his king to f2. He played b3, covering all the possible squares where the knight could have jumped to c4, e4, g4. Everything is covered d3. And of course, it's not easy to say how is he going to be progressing in this game. But still, with the bishop pair, I believe that one day b4 will arrive on the board.
Yeah.
Maybe after h3 and g and f4. Only after that.
I mean, does white have ideas of actually going bishop a3? And then at the right time, f4, you know, the knight on d5 can start looking at the c6 pawn. It feels that there's plenty of room to kind of soften black's position up.
I'm wondering actually, is there some trick opportunity for white to go bishop a3 and after bishop d6?
Let's put this on the board.
No, there are no tricks.
Ooh, bishop a3 is tempting nonetheless.
Because I was thinking about after bishop d6, if the king would be on g2, maybe knight b5 could be an option. But that would be bad for other reasons. But I wanted knight b5 takes rook d5, but then knight d3.
Yeah, you're hitting a few pieces here, but black jumps out the way with
Absolutely.
a check. Trades everything off, and whoops, at the very end, the white bishop is loose, so it doesn't quite work out, but close. And definitely the type of thing on Magnus's radar.
Maybe white can set it up with an improving move.
What type of improving move?
Move the king.
King f1.
Yes.
Yeah, because we cannot go to g2 because then there is a knight jump and rook e2 sometimes. That gives the hard time. But bishop e3 is a move which seems to be a nice one.
Indirectly hitting a loose piece, an undefended knight there.
So knight c6 is a threat. But he played h4.
Yeah, it's Magnus.
I can tell you that I would bet on Magnus winning this game. What do you think?
If it was any other tournament, I would 100% bet on Magnus winning this game, but things have gone against him in Norway Chess. He's lacked the killer instinct to finish games off. He's been slightly unlucky in some games.
What do you think?
Somehow, I really do feel that Magnus always makes a comeback. So I think it will be a point of principle to him that he will not finish this tournament with a negative score. So it's all systems go, and he will try it out. This is his type of position, right? He has extra time on the clock, and he will like to improve slowly by slowly.
Actually, I think he's just clearly better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, after I saw the opening, I thought, okay, this is beautiful for white. Like, computer might have said 0.0, but this is a Magnus type of position. It's old man chess, as he calls it himself. Just don't give the youngsters any tactics, any calculation. And it's interesting to see the top players kind of go back to basics in such critical games. Hikaru did that. He said he pulled out an idea from 2009, and he's rehashing it, reusing it here in such an important game. And Magnus, things have gone wrong for him, but now he's going back to his roots of just grinding out small advantages, taking small positional edges, and yeah, just keeping things simple.
Well, it will be not an easy game, but I think slowly but surely he will be able to convert his small advantage.
Yeah, these bishops will come to life most likely at some point. h4 does hint at h5, creating some squares for the white knight to use.
Well, and both, I mean, c1 bishop is really powerful, looking to go to a3 time to time, but also thinking about going bishop g5 or bishop h6 or bishop f4. So, interestingly enough, it's standing the best on c1 probably in this position, keeping the alternatives and the options for which way it is going to be moving away.
Yeah, and likewise, the light squared bishop defends the queen side and has some eyes on the other flank as well.
Very strong and sharp one. Eventually some h5 can happen, freeing up the f5 square for a knight, let's say.
Yeah, Magnus in his element there. So let's go back to the bird's eye view, or let's dive straight into the game of the final round between Hikaru Nakamura, who is in a must-win situation against Fabiano Caruana. He needs to win this classical game, and we've seen a few extra moves on the board.
Yep, a few extra moves on the board. Nothing too dramatic happening. Both sides just trying to find better squares for their pieces, but still 2 pawns up for white, and it looks like he has solved one of the issues here. Judith Jovanka, this white bishop, much better placed than it was earlier.
Well, actually, black's position, I believe it's getting better and better. The only problem is some pawns are missing. Because in the last move, bishop d6 was played, knight to e7, so everything is stabilized. But yeah, one more pawn would be helpful on b7, let's say. And then there would be full compensation for black, I believe. So black does not want to give up the black square bishop. He wants to keep it because he knows it that if he gives up, maybe he has some drawing chances, but there is very little chance that he will be able to hold it.
Yeah, he needs his dark square bishop, at least for now, to defend the e5 pawn. And it's Fabiano's move. He's done a good job of just kind of sticking in there, staying in the game. But what next? How does he solve the problem of this bishop, which is currently caged, and the rook stuck behind it?
I would ask you, why was rook c4 to c2? a good move. What is the idea behind it?
Hikaru's last move, retreating this white rook back.
Does he think that it's a zugzwang, or what's the idea?
That's mysterious. And yeah, let's just show this on the board. We were last in this position after the move rook e to c1 just 2 moves ago. Black did indeed play bishop d6, as Judith mentioned, defending everything, and the bishop did drop back, and rook 4 to c2. I was going to say rook c to c2, but there are 2 rooks on the c file, so it's this one retreating. What could be the idea? There's no way for this bishop to ever hit the rook because the white knight guards any squares that this black bishop wants to use.
I thought it might be some knight e4. I know it doesn't scratch that. The knight's on e7.
Maybe, for example, as you say, Jovanka, he was worried that black knight would come round and jump kind of via f4, but now he can move his knight out the way. Knight e4, your idea, and after it takes, okay, actually I don't need to be flashy here, I can just take this bishop first with a check. And next move, just pawn takes pawn. 3 pawns up this time. So maybe just jumping out the way there of some potential attacks, some potential hits on this white rook. Maybe he thinks he has the luxury of time here. Black is not breaking out anytime soon or creating any threats of his own.
Yeah, black really has a problem with a light squared bishop. I mean, it just feels like on no version of the universe is that getting out.
And just to mention the idea that you flagged up earlier, Jovanka, if you ever push the f-pawn, yes, you have kind of new squares, a new lease of life for this bishop, but you also lose control over e4. And there's some questions about whether white can strike immediately with d4, for example, right now.
Well, maybe instead of f4, what about black playing h6?
I'll play copycat h3, so you don't back rank checkmate the white king later.
Okay, rook b8.
The waiting game. Not to be confused with Jovanka's book, The Mating Game. Rook to b8. Yeah, it's a question how either side improves. I want to get this white knight round somehow. I want to strike with d4, but d4 is always met by e4, as we showed earlier.
Well, maybe...
Unless the idea is to go d4? Is this one of Hikaru's ideas?
d4 and e4, knight e5.
Yeah, and now maybe this is the difference because the white rook on c2 protects the d2 pawn.
I'm not sure I'm so happy for white's plan if he goes here. Of course, it would be nice for black to move away somehow, move away with the rook and centralize the knight on d5, which is not going to happen in the near future.
Yeah, like you say, this black rook is kind of entrenched in the center. It's kind of trapped here, and white will meanwhile play d3 and trade even more pawns off the board, getting ever closer to victory. Maybe this is I mean, no other logical explanation that we've found so far. Rook c2.
Well, it's also that it's not easy to make a move for black.
That's just a bonus. 34 minutes for Fabi. It's just difficult. He's still recovering from that blow, of course, earlier in the opening, but even now, he's done a good job of surviving. But what next? He's just going to have to try and step by step, move by move, stay in the game. And no easy task.
Also, generally speaking, it can be an idea to move back the rook to c2, that once you jump away with the knight, so bishop a6 does not come with a tempi. That's the only other thing I can think of, but you don't want to move away with your knight, right?
Yeah.
To give away that full control over the c8 bishop.
Do you think we'll see it now? D4 from Hikaru. Fabi's played one of the moves we mentioned without the insertion of h3 and h6. Rook to b8 has landed. And Hikaru, he will reveal his plans shortly.
But Hikaru also, like you guys have pointed out, can just enjoy this position and play those luxury moves exactly as you suggested, h3 and then d4, and then it's so difficult to think of a move for black. You know, I've been trying to think what is the best case scenario. No, he goes for it immediately.
e4.
Yeah, but I mean, what is the best case scenario for Fabi? And that would be trading off into an opposite color bishop endgame or getting some activity on the light squared, and you just can't get there.
You need a lot of things to go your way. You need all the chips to fall on your side here just to try and survive this one. D4 it's important that the white knight has a nice powerful outpost on e5, and yes, it could be traded off, but that only kind of straightens out the white pawn structure. He's trying to get rid of his weaknesses here. Hikaru, the white double d pawns were just clear targets. Now they might possibly become strengths. The more I look at it, the more I like it for white, but it did feel counterintuitive to kind of block white's bishop. At least it looked like it was exerting pressure on black center. Now it will be a bit stuck for a while.
Yeah, because having both knights so much in the center on e5 and c5, if we can dive into some lines after e4, knight e5, of course it's very difficult for black now to play, because one knight will stay for sure, right? Either knight you're taking, the other one stays very much in the game and paralyzing black's opportunities.
Yeah, this poor bishop, anytime it tries to come out, another knight comes in to cover its escape squares, and yeah, just d3 at the right moment, if you time it right, will break down black's central pawns chain. Looks like Hikaru is still in full control. d4, nice move.
It's a very nice move.
Not wasting time with h3 and playing just moves, waiting moves.
I don't know, I kind of like the patience policy.
But sometimes you don't have time, or also sometimes you may ruin your winning positions by saying, okay, I make this, I have time for this move, that move, whatever. And sometimes you really have to make the move. Go straight forward. If that's your plan, make d4, go knight e5, and go straight forward. Because why do you need h3? So it depends on the position, but you have to know what you're doing and you have to make it under control, not just making moves.
Well, Hikaru seemingly in full control against Fabiano Caruana, and it's the perfect time to jump to a break. And when we get back, we'll have more of this very important game. And of course, the Armageddon between Wesley and 17-year-old Gukesh. So stay tuned.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
My goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
Bishop g5 with mate.
No way!
It has to give it.
Mate! You bloated me!
Chance, rook f7. Oh, whoa, no! No!
Welcome back to all the chess excitement of the final round of Norway Chess, and we're going to dive straight back into the Armageddon game between Wesley So and Gukash. There we can see the players all making their moves as quickly as possible.
But it has been a disastrous start to this Armageddon game from Wesley So. He missed a tactic just as we jump in, and look at this. The queens are off the board, minor pieces off the board, and what are we left with? It's just an equal endgame. And yeah, just this is not what he had in mind, needing to win with white.
Mm-hmm. Not exactly. I believe that, yeah, this simplification was blundered. It's not giving extra chances for black, but it did made the pieces got off from the board with this knight e4 idea. Well, Wesley will still fight. Play d4, knight c4, possibly somehow to play knight e4 to f5, play h4. Well, some positional ideas, but of course Gukash will have to make huge blunder to ruin the equalish position.
That is all true, but Wesley does have something up his sleeve. He has some extra time on his clock because he did start with an extra 3 minutes. Perhaps he can use that to his advantage. And there we can see Gukash has just under 6 minutes to Wesley's 8 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah, Wesley needs to complicate things somehow, give Gukash difficult decisions to make. Up to this point, it's been very quick from the Indian teenager. Very impressive stuff. Now he's just going to bring his rooks to the center. There we go. He'll improve the black king, decide where to put his pawns. Most likely, black will put his pawns on light squares to complement his dark squared bishop. Wow, Wesley offering a trade of rooks here. And if we see all the rooks come off the board, it looks like the position will just be a dead draw.
Well, we are heading very much towards simplification, taking off swap the rook on e1 and rook e8. Though I'm not sure black will be in a rush to take on e1. Because, but he is.
He's in a rush on the clock. Maybe that's why.
Okay, and I predict that all the rooks will leave the board. But Wesley banking on the fact that his knight is much more flexible than the bishop. But it's going to be an uphill struggle because there are no more pawn majorities on the board whatsoever.
Yeah, the only real imbalance here are black's c-pawns, but in this position, they don't really kind of ruin anything. They don't compromise black's chances because they are nicely protected, and white has no potential passed pawns. No weaknesses in the black camp.
I'm wondering what Wesley So has in mind in such a position that, oh, what a pity that I blundered. It's a dead draw, but I cannot agree to a draw. I have to pretend that I'm fighting. Right? Because what is this? You can't agree to a draw, which gives you 0 point. So it's kind of difficult to keep yourself serious about it.
And it's going to be even more difficult after Gukash has played that c-pawn forward, offering a trade. I mean, the only option is for him just to flag Gukash.
Well, and first he has to play d5 for sure, I believe.
Yeah, but
and
it's
not so easy to...
with the king and then c6.
Yeah, but it's not so easy to flag Gukash. We've seen him having less seconds than... Fabiano, for example, and playing faster. So, and he has a very good intuition for chess, so he's going to be very fast, I believe.
Yeah, it feels like Wesley needs to take some chances if he wants to win this game. Pushing forward with d5 at least locks things down on the light squares. You ask the dark squared bishop whether it's really going to sit there stuck the rest of the game. You need to try something. Trading these pawns off or allowing the capture on black's terms doesn't look promising. Just total symmetry there. And okay, he just brings his king forward. Okay, slightly more active king, slightly more active minor piece temporarily, but how are you going to probe black's pawn structure?
He tries to get to f5 with his knight, or to b5 possibly, and maybe trying to make Gukash to make a decision towards, do you want an endgame, pawn endgame? Because that can be very tricky time to time. So it's you have to have all the self-confidence to defend that. But I believe after knight f5, maybe black will just go bishop f8 and g6.
Exactly. And okay, so whilst this one is looking comfortably like a draw for Gukash, which is what he needs, Well, we do have breaking news. If you go back to the bird's eye view, take a look at the position between Tari and Alireza Firouzja there on the right. The bar is all the way up in White's side, which means that Ariane has a huge advantage.
On home soil, Tari could be the only Norwegian to strike with a classical victory, unless Magnus Carlsen shapes up. And yeah, it looks like Firouzja's just taken a huge chance, which shouldn't pay off. It's a big gamble. Can Ariane convert his advantage? It's not obvious to the naked eye. It's not obvious at first, but it looks like here White is doing extremely well.
Because this is the line which we went all the way through, I believe, but he didn't take the knight on f7, but he went on with his d1 knight to capture the pawn on d6, and suddenly the white knight on d6, creating a protected passed pawn on d5, can give White some interesting opportunities, though I don't understand why the bar is so optimistic.
Yeah, is it this black knight is not quite trapped? It can retreat via a4 or c4, so that black knight can get back in the game. There is an attack, there is a hit on this pawn. It is a bit mysterious why White is doing so well. I like White's position in general. This black bishop is just terrible, but yeah, it feels like a huge gamble from Firouzja against the tail ender of the tournament. Could we see this backfire? He looks calm as he gets up. Yeah. Not easy, not obvious.
It's not obvious at all, and I just checked with the oracle that is the computer, and it says that White is winning after a very nice bishop maneuver, moving the bishop to a2.
Wow, that's deep. Maybe lining up some tricks on this diagonal.
And the whole point is that once you do that, then you put a rook on the c1 line. I mean, it makes sense when the computer suggests it, but is it easy for a human to see? Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not. For example, black can win a pawn, rook takes pawn, but now White simply conquers the c-file. And as you say, Jovanka, for example, if black is a bit too helpful here, then White is going to break through on the c-file. Yeah, this takes some compliance from black, but looks good, looks promising. This white knight, too strong.
I think before we were discussing this, I don't know if we were on air or off air, that it is very typical that the underdog plays very badly with bad result, and then finally he beats, let's say, the best player. And it happened with Tari, that he beat similarly. He played pretty badly, or he was not scoring much, and he beat Magnus Carlsen. Mm-hmm. So this is a typical tournament scenario in some tournaments.
And there we can see Ariane didn't spot one of the most effective ideas and played the rook to a2, chasing away the knight, which is very natural. But as you can see, the bar is leveling out.
And don't forget that before, in several games, he was not very fortunate having his bishop on a2 or a7. So.
Oh, the irony of it all.
And once it would be standing so well there, he missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's await developments there. Let's see if Ariane can somehow get that advantage back or capitalize on this advantage. Black's knight now is out. Still looks pretty promising for White, especially with this strong passed d-pawn. But a lot of twists and turns ahead, that's for sure.
Okay, so shall we head back to the Armageddon game where the players are in their final few minutes?
Yeah, very fast game there between Wesley and Gukesh, but it has changed, it has developed slightly, and I'm not sure about Gukesh's decisions. He has planted his pawns on dark squares, the same colors as bishop, meaning he's vulnerable on the other color complex, the light squares this time. White's knight will eventually try and maneuver itself around to some more promising pastures. Judith, are you surprised by what's happened here?
Well, yeah, after b4, White, after c4, b4, White can dream of some better location for his knight to d5 or e4. He plays a3, look at that.
Mm-hmm. Slightly odd there.
I don't know, I'm kind of surprised on that move, but maybe he did not want to leave any opportunity for the black bishop to attack the b2 pawn. Now I guess king e4 is a must, because otherwise black starts to move king e5.
Mm-hmm. Black's king is coming. If White's knight could somehow just position itself on d5, everything would be under control, but yeah, this is slightly annoying that the black king is coming, and okay, he goes the other way. He's trying to jump into c6.
He tries to catch some pawn over there.
Yeah, trying to invade. This is a vulnerable pawn, but maybe it can just move one square. Or the bishop can hit the knight, and if you jump forward, you might get trapped.
Yeah, because after knight c6, I think black just goes a6, and after that king d6, white knight can get in trouble.
I like that bishop c7 move. Back you go, my friend. And there's the knight does retreat.
Second time we've seen this position.
How is white going to actually improve? Push some pawns, relocate the knight, and there we see Gukash also initiating another pawn trade.
Yeah, pawns are flying off the board, and that is not good news for Wesley So, who needs to win. Yeah, f5, it looks like black is just trying to create pawn imbalances on both sides. Remember, the bishop is stronger when there's pawns on both flanks. Black's king can always start the race as well. In race territory, bishops tend to be superior to knights. I don't see any way in for the white knight. This white knight lacks a nice path to any promising squares. Okay, there we go again. Trying again from a5.
Still trying. Probably after bishop c7, knight b7 might be something to try out. But after that, it seems also bishop b6 and the knight can be trapped.
That's very dangerous.
At the same time, after f5, you can take on f5, king f4, king f5, and start sneaking in with your king, and you have a pass pawn on the f. Yeah. And anyway, white cannot lose anything, right? He has to go for double or nothing.
Yeah, he needs to gamble here, but this is the moment of truth where Wesley retreat and admit that he's not getting anywhere. This game is likely to fizzle out to a draw, or is he going to run in with his knight? And yes, it might get trapped. Yes, it might have to sacrifice itself, but it will come at the cost of time for black. What do we think? Forward or back? Forward.
Oh, it goes back.
We've been answered. Knight back to b3, putting all his pawns on light squares now, Wesley So. But still, he needs targets. Not easy to find them. I like this move from Gukash. The pawn will be difficult to attack on a6.
But now he wants to go maybe bishop c7, knight b7. And a4 is there already to play a5 in the next move.
But the knight on b7 isn't the most active piece, and you can just simply maintain connection with the bishop to go to maybe, I don't know, e7 or something.
Yeah, well, what is black going to do? It's his move. He can just pass. And by pass, we mean make a non-committal move. He goes back with the king, taking away at least the c6 square from white's knight. So it does jump into b7. You can always run back, so it's not trapped yet.
Finally reached the b7 square.
The big question is, what has this achieved? Does white have a breakthrough on the other flank? This knight is acting as a distraction, deflection, but the black king is still within touching distance of its own pawns. Looks like a very solid defense from Gukash so far. Clock times are basically level right now. It's a sudden death finish, 1 minute each. Nice move there, making sure the white king cannot come forward. The black bishop cuts the diagonal.
But maybe Wesley had a chance to trade pawns and then do the knight b7 idea.
He can go back in that direction. He might try that again. Oh, now he's going in a different route with his knight. Still not sure where it's headed.
I'm not sure he knows where he's headed, but he has to try maneuvering, trying out to have it on d3, on c3, on d5. Practically every square on the board.
Okay, Gukash going passive. Is he hinting that he might start running with the black king over towards the white a pawn if the white knight strays too far? Looks like he's at least trying to scare Wesley here.
I think he just wants to go back and forth e6 and d7, keeping the everything how it is.
Just kind of repeat, yo-yo, rotate around these squares. Not commit too much. He's burning a lot of time suddenly, Gukash. It looks like he's starting to fear some pawn endgames, maybe, as you mentioned, Judith, if the knight for bishop trade happens.
Oh, and there we see Gukash. He is ticking under 25 seconds. Remember, the players only get a 1 second increment after move 40. And no, Gukash is ambitious. He's going to run with his king to b6 and perhaps gobble up the a pawn.
It's a race now. This black pawn will become extremely strong with the black a pawn, and knights are notoriously bad at stopping those pawns, but white will have some fun on the other flank, on the other side of the board.
Well, I think now it's really getting hot. The question is what happens after knight f4. Black, I think, has to take on f4, takes, and whether king b6, is black going to be in time?
That's the big question. Black's king is going to go and gobble up the a-pawn, but it takes a long, long time, and he trades first.
And Wesley also 22 seconds. This is getting intense.
Yeah, he's going after the f-pawn. He's won the f-pawn now, Wesley So, but the black bishop is so agile, defends everything, blocks the passed white f-pawn, and I fear actually for Wesley now, because this pawn is dropping and white's knight is so far away from preventing black's a-pawn from running. The king will instead block.
Yeah, it feels like Gukesh is the one playing for a win, but watch the clocks, everyone, because Gukesh has 11 seconds and Wesley, down to
Wesley
2.
has 3 seconds too.
Oh, he's got to try and flag black, but he's
And
the
there
one
is
low
a
on the
trick
clock.
playing f6 in the next move.
Yeah, white's running out of pawns though. He's going to try. Black's bishop gives itself up. There's a knight fork.
But the king can come all the way towards to the h3, so white will not be able to.
And Wesley, 2 seconds.
And he won't be able to keep his pawn alive. We see the draw agreed. Gukesh takes the Armageddon.
Actually, Wesley lost on time.
Either way, Gukesh takes the Armageddon.
Yes.
Gukesh, he's running Magnus, a close rival in the Armageddon matches, because, he got 5 points out of 6 against, again, some of the world's finest players. What a talent is the 17-year-old. Expect bright things from him. And there we see the players on the camera leave the board, and Gukesh walks away with 1.5 points, so he has now 14.5 points in the standings.
Yeah, Hikaru Nakamura will have seen that result and know that if he doesn't win this game, Gukesh might well end up in second place. So where to go next? We see the bird's eye view, we see all the boards, action everywhere.
Can we go back to Hikaru just a little bit, because these pawn exchanges changed quite a bit on the whole position. Because there was an exchange of pawns, the d4 to the e5. It was exchanged, and interestingly enough, the white piece went back. I don't know if after e takes d4 what happened. Can we go back for a few moves?
Yeah.
And just to see, after d4, black played e takes d4.
Let's show this on the board. Action replay.
And with which piece he took? With the bishop or the knight?
He took with the knight, and just to show, we basically reached the same position in a few moves that we have now, except white's d-pawn and the black e-pawn disappear, and clearly this is a big gain for white. White's d-pawn was weak, so after d4 it was traded. The white knight recaptured, and after the move a5, Hikaru simply stepped back, out of the way.
He thinks he has another pawn, so he's going to play d4 and knight e5.
If you don't succeed the first time, try again. He's got a backup.
Well, isn't this his plan?
Yeah, after h6 it's his move. We'll find out. d4, plant a knight on an outpost in the center. That's very much at Hikaru's street, that type of move. Just full control.
Well, of course, at first it does not look necessarily the most tempting to play d4 and block the bishop's power there. But it is also tempting to really to centralize the other knight into the center to e5.
He could also take a timeout, I guess, play a move like h3 or h4 and just pass the move back to Fabiano. But it feels like if you have something productive to do, you might as well do it. And okay, for the first time in a long time, this black light squared bishop can breathe because white has retreated back to a4.
Yeah, but I believe Nakamura has a serious plan, playing knight c3 and putting the d5 rook into a difficult position, because the pawn on a5, so black cannot escape to the a5 square, and then it can get in trouble in different ways.
Yeah,
so let's say if we can go into some line and we go bishop a6, then I believe knight c3, and rook c5 is not possible to bishop a3, and you don't want to exchange the dark square bishop with black because it's a huge advantage for white. I mean, it's an improvement technically to win it, and if rook d3, then knight e1, I believe.
Running out of escape squares, I have to go to d4.
And after rook d4, knight b5.
Yep.
Winning material.
Hit this bishop, hit this rook.
And if rook d5, then takes on d6 and bishop e5, right?
Skewer. Yeah, this all seems like it's working in white's favor, the tactics right now, all the tricks. Hikaru, tricky guy, knight a4, nice move, threatening to come back and corralling this rook in the center. Oof. It just looks like even with his bishop released, Fabi still has insurmountable problems to deal with. I don't envy him the task. Do you have to move this bishop out the way, create an escape route for the black rook to retreat? But even that is sad. You don't want to worsen your pieces just to run away.
But where are you going to run away with the dark square bishop?
That's the other big question.
Because I was looking at that and I don't see a good square.
Yeah, you've got to choose one of these two, but you'll get hit by pawns. Not looking promising at all. This bishop, this rook, everything a bit stuck in the center. White's knights are jumping.
If black goes f4, making space for his bishop on f5, then also knight c3. And if black goes, let's say, rook h5, then knight e4 can be very powerful. And the d6 bishop gets vulnerable.
Yeah, looks like a killer threat. Knight to c3 right now.
Well, do you want to hear what Hikaru has to say for himself? Because he is back in the confessional, and this time taking a deep dive into his game, showing some of the crazy lines that he's calculated, and also some that our very own Judith also hinted at. So Hikaru, let's have a listen.
Welcome back, everybody. So I just spent a lot of time on this last move in my current game. I was thinking for a very, very long time about playing this move, knight to e6. It felt like the right move, but then I started to look at it more, and I saw a lot of complications with lines like knight to e6, bishop takes a3, knight c7, and then rook d7, knight e8, bishop b7, and rook c6, bishop b7 as well. And once I saw these really long, complicated lines, I just sort of started looking at this move, rook e c1 instead, because on top of keeping all the pieces on the board, black still doesn't have an obvious idea, and I remain up 2 pawns here, so I don't know if rook e c1 was best or if knight e6, I mean, I think knight e6 might have been winning on the spot, but again, like, I don't really want a lot of the complications if I can avoid it. Now, Magnus said something about this the other day about like trying to win the games without allowing counterplay. And if you can, you want to avoid it, but it's not always you can't always guarantee to yourself that you will avoid it. But at any rate, I mean, I saw rook e c1, rook b8, and then bishop b2. And if knight b4, I spent a lot of time looking at this knight b4 a3 line. I think that I'm just better there. Again, I mean, the good thing about the position is basically Fabiano has to use time. He has to find some concept here, and I'm not even sure they really exist in this position. And if they don't exist, he's just going to lose the game. So I still feel pretty good about it, but that's why I used so much time on this last move. So I just want to make sure, because if I go knight e6 and I'm wrong, I could end up in trouble. Whereas with rook c1, rook b8, bishop b2, maybe there's some way for Fabiano to keep the game going in an unpleasant endgame. But in no world should he ever have chances to maybe trick me or swindle me. So I'm still pretty happy with everything, and I still have a good time advantage, so it's all I feel pretty good about where things are right now, and obviously for me it's the only thing that matters is my game, so we'll see how it goes. But so far it's looking good, so I'll be back later.
There we see a confident Hikaru in the confessional booth. He did calculate a lot of lines. I mean, that is one of Hikaru's biggest strengths. He's a fearsome calculator.
But he was very rational on deciding whether to go this way or that way. And then he said, no, I don't want to blunder. I don't want to get any surprises. And after rook ec1 is just a very logical, very clear move. And let's see if it's going to be just a great endgame. And he was very smart on that.
Yeah. That does kind of show as well the top players. They're extremely good at calculation, they're extremely good at attacking, but they use their calculation, they use their tactical skills in order to know when to push, when to take a step back, when to just kind of do nothing, keep control. And Hikaru's kept full control in this game. He's done the hard work, he's won 2 pawns. Why go flashy? Slow and steady, often wise here. And before the break, we were saying, or before the confessional, sorry, we were saying knight c3 is a big threat. I'm struggling to see a response, an antidote to that one.
And on the issue of calculation, is it true that once you spot a move, a top grandmaster will actually look at reasons why not to play that move? So they kind of calculate for, not for positive reasons, but for negative reasons.
Well, I think as we discussed it before, it is very difficult to make the right and the best choice and decision in a winning position or when you have a huge advantage. this is an extra skill you have to develop, you know, that one stage is, okay, what opening I'm going to be playing? What happens when it's a debate whether I go to the sharp or the more positional way? But also when you get an opportunity and you have a huge advantage or a winning position, then you have to switch your mindset to something else because you did the perfect job until that point. And then you have to know also your opponent, where he can feel that he has counter chances. One of the best example I had, for example, when I played one of my best game of my life against Anand back in 1999 in Dos Hermanas, I was having a great game with two-piece sacrifice in the opening. It was a theory, but later on I went in a very good game. And there, move 36, or at some point I played this move b3 when it was still almost all the pieces are on the board. But I knew that I don't want to calculate here because after b3 he's just paralyzed. It's Zugzwang. He cannot make a single reasonable move. He will have to worsen his position. And I felt it during the game also, that after b3, this quiet move, he kind of gave up. And later on with his trainer, I was talking and he said, well, when you played b3, it was over. Like gave up the opportunity, or in his mind, that he can save the game simply, you know. So sometimes small, quiet or simplification kind of decisions can be much wiser than just go the sharp, right, and I want to show off that I calculate everything.
But one of the main reasons why you're thinking this way is because you're thinking about what your opponent is doing, and you're trying to limit the possibilities. So for instance, when we see this knight c3, immediately would you both think, okay, what can black do? How can what would they like to do?
And how does he think that there is some chances?
Exactly.
This is the thing, that in some cases, like in this position, you think, okay, I have 2 pawns down, but still I have the bishop pair. The d2 pawn is still there. There are no passed pawns yet, which is dangerous. I can have my knight on d5. So there are still things going on. But then can be a scenario where you say 2 pawns down, hopeless. It will be maybe painful and I can play on for a long time, but there is no way I'm going to be saving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Hikaru is thinking about the opponent. You mentioned it, Jovanka, and he's probably thinking every single move the top players always do, like what has changed, what does black want? Here black wants to get active with his pieces, and of course he's prepared this hit on the black rook.
You know what? Maybe what he can want? After knight c3, rook c5, and after bishop a3, rook c3.
Yeah, I was working that out. It doesn't work.
Why not?
Because I think you can go bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, bishop takes bishop, rook c2, and then rook c8. Maybe if we can show it on the board also. Yep. Knight c3, yeah, here, bishop a3, rook c3.
Take c3, this could well happen. Knight c3 is on the board, and here, Jovanka, you just want to take back
and
this.
Rook c5 is on the board.
Yeah, so we could see this position.
Right, and I thought that they still have a problem of 2 pawn deficit.
Well, maybe 3. I don't know. Because I wanted to go rook c8 and then probably you take and bishop c7.
Whoops.
Things don't look good.
Yeah, when it rains it pours, and not just 1 pawn, it's 2 and possibly 3. So this is the position after knight c3, rook c5 immediately from Fabiano, and yeah, after bishop a3, he must just be intending to drop back with his rook and hoping to defend this position after the bishop trade. But now, as you said, Judith, no bishop pair for black. Any chances? At least he's activated this piece.
Knight a4 back to c5 can be a nice move.
That's, yeah, nice and sadistic, just like your b3 move in that story.
Bishop a3 is on the board.
Yeah, so this type of position, once the knight finds a nice safe square, all of the dark squares will belong to white. It's going to be slow, but it's going to be steady progress here for white, and yeah, of course targets as well. Let's go back to the game. The players are playing very fast at this point. Bishop a3, met by rook c6, and bishop trade imminent.
Yeah.
It's poor Fabiano, just at the moment at least, unable to get his game going, but he's sticking in there, he's fighting, he's of course a very tenacious defender. Maybe he'll get some chances later if he's patient, if he's slightly fortunate.
Yeah, he will have to be a little bit lucky in this position, and it does look like Hikaru is in full control. And remember, Hikaru is 2 pawns up, and there we see the bishops get traded off. and it's really difficult to actually kind of come up with like good saving moves for Fabiano, because his position is ultimately lost. And there we see your move on the board, the knight coming back to a4, branded sadistic by David. But chess is a cruel game. It's not about being kind to your opponent. So this is looking like one-way traffic in Hikaru's favor. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at some of the other games?
Yeah, there have been huge developments in the game between Magnus Carlsen and Nodebek Abdusattorov. That one has really simplified, and not necessarily in Magnus's favor. You can see on the camera there the body language. Magnus looks frustrated. He just doesn't look as energetic as we're used to seeing from him, and the position reflects that. It feels like Magnus was turning the screw. He was doing everything right, had the bishop pair, had pawn pushes on both flanks, but maybe he rushed it. And Nodebek just finding really nice resources to simplify down, and a promising position for black, perhaps.
Well, somehow it looks really difficult for black. For white, what about rook e4 and taking the pawn on d4?
Yeah, he could have gone for this pawn.
He goes b5.
Should we do a quick action replay of what happened? We've had 4 or 5 moves since we last left the position, and things have utterly, completely changed here. Let's just quickly jump in. We saw it after the move h4. White was about to play h5. Black stepped back with his knight, and here I would have just assumed Magnus would trade these knights and maybe park a bishop on e3 and very solid, still long-term advantage. But he rushed with h5, and after bishop a7, suddenly there are tactics against the white king on this diagonal. We saw after a trade of pawns and white's king shifting that this trade of knights allowed knight to g4. Maybe what Magnus had missed.
Oh.
And suddenly the black knight jumps in. Look at this double exclamation mark. The knight is coming in, and more importantly, the rook is coming in with a check.
Do you know, Judith called this tactic like many moons ago. She said, don't put the king on g2 because there could be some knight g4 ideas with the rook coming to e2.
Yeah, because I almost missed it myself when I was trying to miss something other. I noticed that this can go wrong also.
Yeah, Magnus, this must have been off his radar until it was too late. Maybe he spotted it just before it was about to happen. Double exclamation mark, unexpected. Temporary sacrifice, of course. Pawn takes knight, met very strongly by a rook check, a fork, double attack, regaining the material here with dividends. Instead, bishop takes g6 happened. And after a rook check, Magnus's king had to step back to the g1 square. Really uncomfortable here. And king g7, we saw a trade of pieces counterattacking against the bishop. And this is the current position. Judith, you mentioned rook e4. That looks extremely natural to me. I'm not sure why this wasn't played.
Because I believe that Nodebek thinks that b5 simply is even better, because he can go rook e4 later. And also he thinks that rook b2 can be very unpleasant.
Extra.
Or rook a2, forcing white to take on b5. And if black can create a pass pawn, that can be something decisive.
Yeah, don't take on b5 if you're Magnus, or at least don't take happily, because suddenly this black a pawn could start running. It promotes on a dark square as well, helped by the black bishop. Yeah, scary.
Because once you have your rook on the second rank and you cut off the king, you don't really want to give up this and go to play rook e4. But with rook e4, black could win the d4 pawn.
Yeah, we should mention that Magnus is temporarily a pawn up, but the quality of these pawns is debatable. Magnus, okay, brings his king, king f1.
Well, I mean, obviously you want to go out from the pin as soon as possible, right? Just to give yourself an opportunity to save the d4 pawn. But also after b5, white's c6 pawn is a weakness. So rook c1 can be also a counter chance for white.
Yeah. It felt like Magnus fighting for his life a moment ago. Now we see Nodebek prevent any hit on that c6 pawn by simply defending. He's playing for control here, holding his c6 pawn and still trying to create an outside pass pawn on the queen side. I don't like white's position here. This bishop hitting thin air, this rook's passive.
Well, probably black wants to take on a4 and rook c4 in the next moves.
Potential threat, b takes a4 and a double attack with rook c4. Maybe white has to go hunting. Bishop to c7, try to track down this a5 pawn.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea at all.
I'm slightly reluctant to allow the black king in though. The black king might be unleashed if the white bishop moves.
I was also really reluctant to just move the bishop. One thing I was thinking about was, could Magnus just kind of pull the brake and play like rook d2, just to activate the king?
And I was thinking that why not to play rook e1 and play for something interesting?
Very different styles. I was on your wavelength there, Jovanka, trying to bail out with a cowardly draw.
We all have our minds going on different directions.
But like my first instinct was yours, but then I kind of got very scared because if you moved your rook to e1, you let go of the d4 pawn.
Wow. Rook d2 on the board.
Oh, pull that brake. No, it was scary having that king cut off along the second rank.
And Magnus, yeah, he wants to activate his king, of course. If the rooks disappear, then white's bishop lands back on d2 and hits the a5 pawn, so white should be safe in that endgame.
If rook c3, then you want to go rook h2, or what is the plan?
That's the big question. I think Magnus might just move his king there.
Well, I thought that after rook c3 you can actually grab on... Oh, no, I'm asking for trouble. I'm not going to do that. I think we go David's idea of going bishop c7.
Let's wait for maybe Nodibek to play here. If he wants to be ambitious, he'll play the move rook c3. I think no other way to play for a win.
Oh, rook c3 on the board.
He is playing for the win. And the thing is, black, the question is he threatening to take this pawn on b3? Because as soon as the black rook moves, white's rook will slide across and hit the c6 pawn. Really tough moment. Okay, he does play king e2 here, Magnus. King off the back rank. I wanted to say active, but that king is still not active. And rook takes b3 will be met very strongly by rook to c2. But look at Magnus, he was just staring away from the board for a second there. He looks disgusted with himself because he's the one fighting for the draw now.
Yeah, but remember, Magnus, there's pride at stake for him. He lost his first game against Fabi, then he's drawn all the rest of his classical games and he feels thwarted at every opportunity. I mean, he's thrown away so many great positions and this feels like yet another opportunity that he let slip.
Deja vu for Magnus. Something just not quite clicking in the classical portion. Rating points disappearing as well, but... yeah, still the Armageddon ahead, potentially, if he saves this game, and it is an if at this point.
Well, I think, yeah, that's the thing he's thinking about already. That okay, draw, let's go. Let's play the Armageddon, that works for me.
Yeah, and okay, shall we stay on this game or shall we go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at the other two games?
I think back to the bird's eye view, there's action elsewhere. If Magnus gets rook d3 next move, if Nodibek cannot find anything, this game will end in a draw, will end peacefully. And yeah, there's action.
I see Tari is... I just see the
evaluation bar is going crazy in white side.
Yeah, absolutely. But seeing that a8 bishop biting into that d5 pawn, it does not look good.
I guess that's like a running theme for Ariane.
But this time he's on the right side.
This time he's on the right side, exactly.
He always has a bishop on a2 or a7 himself, though. White's bishop not impressive either, but at least it can break out. Black's bishop stuck in jail, in prison for a long time.
And this time he's not behind in time, as he usually, in most of the games, it was the case.
Does he have a nice tactic, a nice trick up his sleeve as well? I'm just wondering what happens if Black takes this pawn, but I think his last move hints at the fact he might try to break the blockade of the c-file. He wants to get in with the white rook, of course. He wants to infiltrate. Maybe he's simply planning to put his knight on b3.
Yes, I believe so. After rook f3, knight b3 will come, and after takes, rook c7 will be a killer.
Yeah, let's show that. Because Firouzja right now, maybe he's underestimated something. He did not look happy looking away at the camera there. Rook takes f3, knight b3. And is this a killer? Is there anything for Black to save himself? Just to show this is a sacrifice. The Black rook can take this bishop, of course, at the end, but breakthrough. The black knight falls, and not just the knight, the bishop will be trapped later on as well. This is just game over, as you said, Judith.
This is game over because not only the d7 knight will be falling off in the next move, but within 2-3 moves also the a8 bishop. And there is a great pass pawn on d5 as just a bonus.
If you need it later on, it's up your sleeve.
It's better if it's there.
So how can Firouzja even try to fight on? That final position we showed was totally winning for white. So that means a massive threat on the board. Knight to b3, eliminating this black knight on c5.
What about playing rook f6 first, attacking the knight on d6, and once it's moving away, only after that capturing on f6, on f3?
Yep, rook f6. I do wonder whether I can go hunting for this bishop. In some variations, I wanted to kind of go knight e8. I'm inspired by all your knight e1s this tournament, Judith, to come round to c7.
Knight e8, rook f3. But maybe you do the same stuff, right?
Or
you go
maybe
knight b3.
Knight b3 anyway.
After knight c7, bishop b7, and at least I'm alive for a few moves.
Yeah, I wanted to come round like this and go on e6 to kick this knight away.
Okay, that's not very pleasant for black either.
Sorry. I just want, by any means possible, by any cost, to get the rook in.
Probably after knight c7, I should be capturing on e4 or something and just let you to take the bishop.
Yeah, it's a sad piece. It's probably better for black now it's off the board. You don't have to worry about it anymore. But still, white's a piece up now.
White is winning.
Rook c7 still coming. It looks beautiful for Tari. Just this idea of knight b3 in the current position. Could be a bone crusher here, knight b3, if it lands. Firouzja pushing too hard.
Yeah. Well, this was one of the perks of being an underdog, that you could simply allow your opponents to come at you and then get them on the counterattack. Okay, shall we go back to the bird's eye view and have a quick peek at the Anish Giri against Mamedyarov? And then I'd like to return to the big encounter between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, and just like some of the other games, this one is now opposite colour bishop position. But queen's rooks remain, and black's king maybe slightly more vulnerable, has less pawn shelter in front of it. Judith, what do we think here? While queens remain, good chances for Giri or just balanced?
Well, I think there are great chances for Giri. He just played h3. Look at that quiet move. He just wants to make sure that one day he's not in trouble with his back rank. But of course, you visualize your rook to be on g3 one day. The question is whether can black look for counter chances and place his rook to g6. But still, I have a serious problem with the bishop on c8 for black. Because if he cannot put it on the long diagonal to b7, then or activate it by playing the pawn from d7 to somewhere, and then it's attacking on h3, then black can be in trouble. Though I think I see that he's busy trying to queen his pawn.
Yeah. When in doubt, push past pawns. It's Kukesh's motto. a3, a2. Only 3 squares away. Yeah, Giri needs to land something, otherwise he might become a bit frightened.
And we shouldn't forget he's going down on time. He has half of the time than his opponent, which matters quite a bit because the players have no more time, only after move 40, 10 seconds extra per move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there we see Giri attacking said queen and a4 pawn.
My one fear here is that after queen to b3, Mamedyarov, if he's feeling peaceful, trying to trade the queens, that maybe Anish won't find any way to keep the tension.
Yeah, I think something went wrong with white compared to the position we've seen like 7, 8, 9 moves ago when the bishop was blockading on d6 and black was very passive. On the king side, there were huge dangers, but something happened with black control. The rooks are on the 6th rank, greatly placed, and I have the feeling that the g7 pawn is weak, but I'm not sure white can really pinpoint on it that can be a real problem.
I think what white will do was actually just to activate the rooks you know, they're not working. And so if you say, for instance, you play queen b3, I don't think you should trade off queens. You should, I don't know, move your queen somewhere and then play rook f to b1. So with the idea to get that rook into the game.
The question is, I think, if after queen b3, where the white queen will be moving away. To f5, to h5, only to c5, so provoke black from a6 or e6 to move it and chase it with rook c6. Or black will be actually doing, maybe bishop b7.
And there we can see from the round scores that it was a draw between Magnus Carlsen and Norway Abdusattorov. And that means we are going to see another Armageddon. And it also sadly means that, well, Magnus Carlsen finishing the classical portion with a minus score.
Not winning any games there. First time since 2007 this has happened. Magnus not winning a classical game in a tournament. And yeah, Armageddon incoming in around 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, shall we go back to our headline act of the day between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. Some developments there. And on the camera we see we see the players now. What do we make of changes here? One set of rooks have left the board since we were last at this game.
This knight is making exercise all the way. Knight a4, knight c5, knight a4, knight c3, knight a4, knight c3.
It's doing
like
its 10,000 steps.
guarding the white army on the queen side, it seems.
Yeah. Unfortunately for black, the two-pawn deficit means trading pieces doesn't necessarily guide you closer to safety. Bishop takes knight here, does wreck the white pawn structure, but it also takes away a valuable potential source of counterplay. What else? Black wants to get active with the rook, but it doesn't feel like the black rook is getting in anywhere, even if you occupy an open file.
No. Okay, well, Hikaru still very much in full control, as demonstrated by our experts. And I think this is the perfect moment for us to take another break, because time is ticking down on all the games and excitement will be building. And the final moments of the grand finale is about to happen between Hikaru and Fabiano. So see you all after this break.
Is anybody in Snoop's camp playing chess? Is that happening or not?
I haven't seen it. There's some smart people in the camp, so I wouldn't be surprised if people are versed at it.
Really?
There's a lot of college-educated people, you know. I, unfortunately, am not one of those sophisticated people that play chess in the camp.
What you talking about, man?
I don't play chess. I mean...
You know how to play.
Listen, there's a difference with knowing how to start a car up and then driving Formula One racing. It's a difference.
We are back for the final round coverage of Norway Chess, and there you can see two of the tournament leaders, Fabiano Caruana, facing off with the black pieces against Hikaru Nakamura, who is in a must-win situation. The bad news for Fabiano is that he is 2 pawns down, and his position is quickly, or maybe not quickly, deteriorating.
Yeah, 2 pawns down. Hikaru's threatening a third pawn. Hikaru just got up from the board very confidently. Body language not positive for Fabiano. And to boot, it's only 11 minutes left on the clock. It's looking desperate now in the final stages of this game. Judith, any chances of miracle here? Do miracles happen for Fabiano?
Well, I see less and less chance for Fabiano to be able to save this game, as it is a very painful day for Fabiano. It was only one move, one mistake, which we can say that it cost him the game most likely. And this F pawn is not a lucky pawn for him, because he just played F4, which was probably not the best either. And immediately Nakamura is attacking the F4 pawn, and it's hard to see how Fabiano can save this one. Probably the only way is to capture the knight on F3 and after taking to play G5, but all the simplification favors Nakamura because it's getting easier and easier to collect the full point.
Yeah, it's hard to add anything to that. It looks like, I mean, he needs something, he needs some resources, but if he can't save this pawn, then it's almost resignable already.
We just can't hide behind the fact that Hikaru is 2 pawns up.
And he's done everything right. It's not just that Fabiano made that one mistake, but Hikaru has been brutal in punishing and capitalizing on that. And okay, rook to f8, a sad move there. Defending this pawn, yes, but now the black rook is passive, and it feels like white's knight, for example, can start jumping forward to e5. Other ideas here, the white rook can start collecting this a pawn soon.
Well, also Fabiano went down under 10 minutes. White can also go a3, for example, and then enter to d7, but maybe after that knight c2, rook a4. So there are still, the only thing can go wrong for Nakamura is from choosing the worst moves of the good ones and then going lost on that path, but he has to make many bad moves or inaccuracies first to ruin this winning position.
Yeah, he's done the hard part, Hikaru, and normally his technique in endgames is really top-notch. It's exemplary, and I mean, I've seen him on stream winning harder positions than this. So as long as nerves don't get in the way, unless maybe the clock becomes a factor, then he should have this one in the bag. I'm expecting knight to e5. I'm not sure why. It's just a Hikaru type of move.
I like that move. It's very active, straightforward, going to g6 possibly. Even having some very unpleasant attacking ideas behind it, but moreover it wants to capture the f4 pawn.
Yeah, just to keep things simple here, there must be others. There's probably a dozen very strong moves here, but which one will Hikaru go for? It's just a matter of taste at this point. He's reaching out. It's just so confident. He's used his time really well here as well, Hikaru, and there we go, knight e5, the most logical move on the board. Knight g6, a huge threat to pick up this f4 pawn.
Will we finally see f3?
f3. Every time he pushes the f pawn, it's been a mistake, as Judith points out. But at this point, why not?
You want to play f3 with black?
Oh, well, I want to resign as black, but Fabiano needs to fight on.
Well, maybe g5.
Support your pawns.
Let's try to impossible.
Yeah, the problem is white's rook is going to start coming and hunting pawns, rook d6, rook d7. If the white rook and knight combine, then black's king is not safe either. If Hikaru gets time as well, he would love to play a move like f3, put the white king on f2 and full control, just to blunt this bishop. Wow, what drama. We did not expect this. We thought it would be a more topsy-turvy game. Hikaru would have had to take massive risks. It was just an inspired opening choice, you've got to think.
Hikaru made a fantastic opening choice, and he's so excited now. I think it shows his body language that he's like moving a little bit here and there, and he's looking and he's just waiting for black to move. He's getting impatient.
Is there any way that Hikaru can go wrong? So anything tempting? So for instance, I don't know what to suggest. For instance, rook f6. G5 had problems, as you pointed out. Okay, rook e8. That's the move played.
Yeah, so if Hikaru retreats his knight back to f3, the position repeats itself, but of course he will want to win. And I don't think it's too scary to let the black rook in down to the white's first rank, because white's king has a nice escape square. So white's knight can find, I mean, he can get active. I'm looking at knight g6 as a potential leaping point for this knight. You could go the other direction, you could go to c4, start pawn hunting here on a5. The question is rook check any kind of hope, any counterplay for Fabiano, or is it just a shot in the dark?
Well, I believe knight g6 is the best move, because after rook e1 we can also show it maybe.
Yeah, let's show this.
Yeah, if knight g6, there is an option to play rook e1, king h2. And I was thinking to play maybe rook f1 with an idea after rook f4, knight d3. But that would be also behind in tempos black, because rook f8 and h5, and even black would get mated.
Yeah. Oh, and there you would find yourself hooked into a mate. Okay, so I was actually thinking if the knight does jump to g6, maybe f3.
Yes, yes,
maybe
absolutely.
Once in its life, that f pawn can do a bit of good.
Absolutely, no question about it. That's the only saving opportunity to try.
Okay, and let's say
g4.
Yeah, I bypass your pawn.
Oh.
The white king can sneak forward if it really needs to. How to create counterplay for black?
Well, you can't.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. I mean, if you went g3, then there's a different matter.
No,
You
now you
keep
go
the-
rook e1, and after king h2 you go rook f1. And if king g3, then you give it check on g1, and then you go back to f1. Well, the problem is there is checkmate threats somehow.
You might get checkmated somehow, but at least at the moment the black king can run towards the center.
And king f5.
Yes, exactly. I was looking for setting that one up. And again, you're hooked into that mate.
This reminds me of the checkmate between Ding and Jan, Ding and Nepo at the World Championship, where the black king was caught by a rook and knight at the end, or it was about to be, with a queen sacrifice. Yeah, knight g6 just looks too tempting. All those kind of mating patterns happening around the black king, caught in a net. Dream setup, a knight on g6, pawn on h5. Yeah, Hikaru just pausing here, just double checking there's no tricks, no counterplay, but it looks very healthy. Just knight to g6, simple and strong.
Yeah.
Do we think Fabiano will battle to the very end?
Well, it will be very difficult for him to give up this game. And he played so well in this tournament. Basically, he was playing well the classical, he played well the Armageddon also, some of the games, but he didn't have so much because he had 5 decisive games in classical. And with this one, most likely he's going to be having the most classical decisive games. And it's going to be 6 games for victory. And
It's very painful because, like you say, Fabiano played exceptionally well and just 2 bad moves. I mean, I wouldn't actually say the second move was bad, actually. I would just say
it's
that
F5.
was... Yeah, it's just the first move. Terrible move, and that cost him everything. How is chess going to be fair? I mean, he's going to be super annoyed with himself, and, well, I do hope that if he loses, he can see the positives.
Yeah, meanwhile, we do see the Armageddon game has commenced between Magnus Carlsen and Nodibek Abdusattorov, and so far it's a total repeat of their classical encounter. Same variations, same opening down to a T, queens off the board as well, and who will come with the bigger ideas? Magnus is happy to repeat because he did get an advantage from that game, even if he let it go, let it slip a bit later on. Interesting that both sides are happy to enter this.
yeah, I understand completely Magnus that he wants to repeat this. He thought that he had a better position, which he had, I believe. And White can press it quite convincingly here on both sides.
Yep. That bishop pair, as we saw a bit earlier, did look very promising until Magnus kind of missed a trick, missed a tactic, and Abdusattorov pounced, guiding that game towards a draw. So Magnus, I think this might be the first new move that we've seen compared to the earlier encounter. Some pressure on the white knight. Magnus has to decide, does he allow the black bishop to take this knight, or does he move out the way? And pausing, he's on, what is it, 7 out of 7 now from Armageddon's Magnus Carlsen. Can he make it the great 8? A perfect score there in the quicker format. At least that would be some consolation for his classical results.
Yeah, and at least yesterday, when he contemplated the thought, he did at least laugh about that. He said, well, you know, maybe he hadn't yet decided what strategy to take.
Yes, and meanwhile, okay, the bishop lands on f5, putting some pressure on those black knights, hinting that knight e6 will happen. There are knight jumps all over the place, unless black trades off this knight in the center. But okay, there we go. It's committal.
Yeah.
He's done it.
And on the bottom right, you can see the position between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. And so far, they're actually following our analysis. We thought that this might be one of Black's only tries to prolong the game.
Yeah, he retreated his knight to c4 in that game, but very, very similar. And Hikaru still, he could finish that within a few moves. We'll keep you updated with any developments. Okay, what do you think here, Judith? Bishops or knights? That's the question.
Bishops.
You agree, Ivanka?
Yes.
You know me, I don't even need to ask. But these knights, if they find nice squares, then maybe some chance of fighting back a bit later on.
It is simply not going to be easy for Black to find space for the knights, because the d7 knight does not have too much space, and the f6 knight can only jump into e4.
Mm-hmm. If White could somehow manage to get the move f3 and to prevent this black knight from jumping in, then that would be extremely attractive.
Yeah, that's definitely something would be on White's favor.
Yeah.
I wonder if rook a3 will be a move, and play rook b3. Just coming back, he wants f3, he wants bishop d2, and very slowly improve his position g4, h4, and...
Yeah, maybe very fast improve his position. Already a threat, a hit on this a5 pawn, met by a counterattack on d4. Yeah, it just feels... maybe he'll turn it around. Maybe Abdusattorov will prove me wrong, but it feels like he's playing into Magnus's territory. It kind of worked out the first classical game, but heading into an endgame twice against Magnus.
And especially when you have less time on the clock, it's a very risky decision by the young teenager. And meanwhile, we should head back to the Hikaru Fabiano Caruana game because, well, the pawn did reach f3. It promptly got traded off, and both players having roughly 7 minutes on the clock. So it really is a question of survival here for Fabiano. 2 pawns down. Can he achieve a miracle?
He's fighting like a lion, Fabiano. We've got to praise him for that. He's fought so well since his slip out there in the opening, and Hikaru now is getting slightly nervous, you can tell, a bit tense, very straight backed there, less relaxed than he was earlier. Suddenly the black bishop is in, suddenly some hints at a counterattack against the white king.
Yeah, the big question is, of course, whether can White continue his plan, and after knight c4 he just wanted to grab the pawn on a5. Can he do that? Because that would be something... But he does not take on a5. He's more scared what's going to happen with his king. Possibly he wants to activate his king and play king h2 so that a5 pawn can wait. I can take it later.
Yeah, nice control there, self-control from Hikaru, not getting tempted by the seemingly free pawn on a5. Instead, king g3 is coming to evict this black bishop maybe, and if necessary he can always just retreat his knight to e3 where it will cover all the squares, so not too much danger yet. Fabiano at 7 minutes. It's definitely tougher to kind of keep coming up with creative defenses rather than Hikaru's job of just mopping up.
But at least Black is not going to get checkmated as we've thought if the knight would be on g6. But he has to look after his pawn, because that would be the third pawn which he would be behind.
Yeah, you've got to cover this pawn. Maybe, therefore, the black knight can retreat, covering the pawn and hitting the white rook at the same time. Just a one-move idea. White's rook will most likely just move and hit this black bishop. No easy options here for Fabiano.
Maybe black should be playing knight c2, and after rook f4, I'm going to say a move which you will love, knight e1, in order to after knight a5 to go back with the bishop to a8 and make space for my knight to f3.
It's a daily occurrence at this point, Judith. Nice idea.
And someone who is actually going to leave Norway Chess with a big smile on their face is Tari, who, as I speak, is about to give forced mate to Firouzja. So that game will be ending very soon, and Tari will be picking up a 3-point classical win.
Yeah, and well done to him. Norwegian fans here in Stavanger will be very pleased for Firouzja. Tough end to the tournament, but in general, he's played very well. So knight c2 on the board, Judith, and like you say, maybe just trying to confuse the opponent. That's the type of thing you have to do, especially when the clocks tick down. Just scare them, even if it's a bit of a bluff.
I'm not sure that king h2 was the right move, but that was kind of a move that I want to overprotect every possibility what can happen to me, right? But still, I think Fabiano is giving a great try, because this is what you have to do, that you have to bother the king, you have to make moves which can be dangerous. And rook d3, interesting move, because knight e1 is not good, because rook e3, and black would have to exchange the rooks. So I'm expecting bishop a8.
Clearing the square just in anticipation of knight e1 coming around to replace the bishop on f3. Has to be played, has to be done. Still some chances, still alive, Fabiano, for now, as the players tick down, both around 5 minutes 50 on the clock. Hikaru getting up to just check that they're nearing, or they've actually passed move 40 now, so they do indeed get a 10-second increment after every move.
Rook d3 looks strange, but at the same time, I think it's a very safe move, because the rook will be standing extremely well and defend there on e3 once the knight will be moving to e1.
Yeah, no prejudice there. Hikaru happy to play clumsy-looking moves because they actually do a great defensive job. He's done the hard work, remember, and about to be 3 pawns up. Fabiano, he's deciding maybe which way to go back with his bishop, maybe h5 as well, a viable option. Which direction? You kind of want to keep the bishop on the long diagonal, looks more natural.
Yeah, and it gives more danger feeling for white, let's say. Not really dangerous, it's just pretending to be dangerous at some day.
Well, you gotta spook your opponent out, threaten some ghosts, and okay, what are we gonna see from Fabiano, who's now ticked to under 5 minutes?
This tournament, Norway Chess, will be decided very, very shortly as the players tick down. Bishop a8 indeed on the board. Now a bit of a threat, at least a scary one, to deal with knight e1 and bringing it round to f3 with a check. How is Hikaru going to deal with that? Is he going to ignore it? Is he going to react?
Play king g3.
I think
prophylactical move.
I predict he's going to ignore it and get greedy. No, he plays king g3. Keep it safe.
Yeah.
Very good.
He just doesn't want to see give check by Fabiano. But now, maybe king h7 and then rook e6, rook g6, trying to make things funny.
Yeah, at least scare Hikaru with some ideas of checks. It's got to be done at the moment. Okay, king h7. You're reading the player's mind, Judith.
Well, you have to try to give a check to Hikaru. You can see that he's just avoiding that he gets a check.
Both sides avoiding getting a check. The reason that black played king h7 is because if you'd moved the rook last move, white would have given a check on the 8th rank. So knight e3 now coming round, trying to force those knights off if possible. Black's knight is causing a nuisance, so it has to stay on the board. Fabiano's only hope is either knight to e1 or going back via b4, but that feels like it's the wrong side of the board.
I think he definitely has to go to e1, and after rook d7 try rook f8 back and give a check on f3. The only aim is to give a check to Hikaru.
But that can easily be parried, right? When you put your rook on f8, you're basically waving a flag saying, I want to check on f3, and they will go, no, you won't, because I can push my f-pawn.
f4, yes.
White's knight is just going to be the glue that holds everything together, and from that, White's rook will be released, White's pawns will come forward, and yeah, if necessary, one of the white knights can block this black bishop's diagonal later on. Yeah, it feels forlorn now for Fabiano, but he's got to play knight e1. That's the only active move in the position. It's the best hope. Everything's losing. He knows that as well. He's just trying to think in practical terms, and in practical terms, he has to also move faster.
Is it a good idea to actually burn the time on the clock and at least kind of create some excitement on the board and hope that Hikaru gets carried away? Hikaru leaving the board. So I don't think Hikaru is the kind of player to get flustered at all.
No, if anything, Hikaru gets better as the opponent's clock ticks down. We've seen that all in his blitz and rapid performances. And yeah, just a power move, getting up 5 minutes on the board, not 5 minutes on the clock, but no nerves at all. And he goes back, knight b4.
Okay.
Feels like the wrong direction. Rook d6. Immediate reply. Just stopping that idea, Judith. No checks at all. He's allergic to allowing any checks on the white king.
He just does not want to see a single check given to him.
And look at this black knight. It's totally trapped, actually. It's totally dominated. Apart from the c6 square, only one square back for it. And this black bishop as well, hitting thin air. What to do? 2 minutes now for Fabiano. How long can he keep this tournament alive? You can feel the tension in the air.
Totally, and you really feel for Fabiano. I mean, I've said it time and time again. The knight does retreat, but Fabiano has played an exceptional tournament, and it all collapsed on account of one blunder. And that's it.
Yeah, small margins at this top level, and that's all it takes sometimes. The killer instinct, the technique of these top players is just first class. And knight c6, he's trying to get around.
I believe d4 can be a quite convincing move, and playing d5 afterwards, blocking the bishop on a8.
Oh, he's reaching for the knight.
Yeah, he goes knight d5.
These knights are strong. He's threatening to go knight c7. Yes.
That knight has moved a lot in this game. This knight was the one that captured that key c5 pawn earlier. It's done
goes rook f8.
Yeah. It's done a tour of the whole board. Rook f8. The black rook has to move. There's a knight fork threatened on c7. Fabi moves his rook. And now how to kill the game. Is he going to keep jumping with his knights? Is he going to push some pawns?
Probably knight b6, bishop b7, knight d7.
I feel like now is the time to push some pawns. And I feel
F4.
like... Exactly.
F4
he doesn't want to allow the opportunity of black to play rook f3, so kill it. And... well, Hikaru is simply enjoying his position.
4.5 minutes. This is not nerves, this is just Hikaru calculating, trying to find the quickest finish, the smoothest finish with no counterplay.
And there we can see the results of another game. Anish Giri and Mamedyarov did play out to a draw, and so that means we'll also be seeing a third Armageddon, and that one will be wild.
And actually Magnus is in trouble as far as I see. Abdusattorov is making a good game. Actually, he's also going to grab a pawn, so he is going to be able to draw the game and win the Armageddon.
Yeah. Everything going wrong for Magnus.
And we can see, like, Magnus is actually down to seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, Magnus in a worse position. No winning chances. Down on time. His Armageddon streak is going to be over.
Well, the young talent, Nodirbak, is finishing his tournament very well, because yesterday he was able to win his Armageddon against Nakamura.
Okay, meanwhile moves on this board. Nakamura jumps in with the white knight to c7, kicking that black bishop away. Black cannot allow any trades at all. That will just be game over. White's pawns will become too strong. And now where is that knight jumping? The black pieces are hanging by a thread. The bishop protects the knight, but if you can kick one of them away, it might just tip black over the edge.
Maybe now Jovanka's f4 will stand on the board finally.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't look like that. He's reaching for another piece. Oh, okay, he's attacked the rook.
He's attacking the black rook. Where to go? The rook, wherever it lands, might simply get hit by one of white's pieces. Okay, rook f7 covering the 7th rank. threatening at some point to move the knight and still come in with a check. So I think now is the time for your move, Jovanka.
I think so too, because I mean, if you also try to liquidate with knight to d8, that would be a big mistake. But f4 finally on the board, and knight to d8 is one of many tempting moves.
Yeah, knight e1. Now we're seeing knight d8. It's all these tricky knight jumps that the players have to be so alert to with just 2 minutes against 3 right now on the clock. How to prevent that? If knights come off, black's drawing chances, swindling chances just simply disappear. But nowhere active to go. Fabiano, what to do? He's got to move. Now under 2 minutes, bishop goes back to the corner. If Hikaru wants, knight d8 is on tap, forcing the knights off the board. It just simplifies the equation. Looks very strong. You could also just make an argument for pushing pawns, improving the white knight here, but no, he closes the cage around the black king with h5. All sorts of mating constructions now.
And interesting that Nakamura is still writing on the score sheet, and under 5 minutes they would not have to write the move anymore.
Yeah, according to the rules of the tournament, he doesn't need to spend that time notating the moves. But interesting that he does. Hikaru just showing his confidence. Looking away from the board here, looking up at the screen. Is he watching Magnus's Armageddon? And Hikaru's smiling.
I mean, Magnus's Armageddon is going to seconds. So I can imagine that Hikaru is completely distracted by that. I mean, both players with 3-4 seconds. Should we take a peek and see what Hikaru is interested in?
Something happened, some blunder, or there's some
drama in the Magnus Carlsen against Nodibek Abdusattorov game. It looks like, has one of the players run out of time? No, the game is continuing, and Magnus has turned it around. No, wow, just as we jump in, Magnus flags and loses on time. He actually had a winning position at the end there. This must be what Hikaru was laughing about, smiling about.
Well, both players must have been playing at tempo, bashing the clock, moving the pieces, flying, everything. So I can imagine chaos on the board. And of course, chess becomes a real spectator sport when you have that situation, and Hikaru just can't help himself.
And this is the only game which is happening in the playing hall right now between the two players. Who is going to be winning the tournament?
Yeah, imagine the spectators, they're just enjoying this moment. Hikaru, wow.
A3.
Judith, this is exactly like your B3 that you told the story about earlier. Sadistic stuff, just showing that white is in full control.
And Fabiano with 35 seconds left on the clock. And the clock is the least of his troubles as he tries to survive a position where he is 2 pawns down. King moves to g8.
Yeah, this one looks beyond redemption, but he's still fighting Fabi. Good technique here, instructive for everyone at home. Never give up, even if there's a 1% chance you might save the game. It's decisive for the tournament now.
Well, probably if the same position would be in round 6, let's say, then there's a good chance black would have resigned already or at this point somewhere. But of course, this is such a painful situation for Fabiano, who played so well and won incredible games in this tournament, starting out beating Magnus Carlsen in a classical game. What a game. Also later on, the most exciting sacrifice was happening against Firouzja, where with black he won the classical game. So now it's one of the most painful moments in his career, I believe.
Definitely one of the best tournaments Caruana has had in recent times, and it's about to end in heartbreak. And okay, he plays rook to e7. He made that move with 7 seconds left on his clock.
f6 and knight f5, and I believe he's going to play that.
Oof, he's just...
No way, no calculation, nothing. He's just improving the position.
Bringing the pieces slowly but surely towards black's half of the board. The d pawn's going to start running. White's extra pawns are going to count. And look at Fabiano. He's devastated, staring away, shaking his head. Now the white d pawn comes. One of these moves is going to tip black over the edge. We'll see a handshake any second now. The winner of Norway Chess will be Hikaru Nakamura. And there we go. It's confirmed.
Wow. Wow, what a game by Hikaru Nakamura, from an inspired opening choice to provoking Fabiano Caruana's terrible one-move blunder. Well, Hikaru is Norway Chess winner. Incredible achievement to snatch away the glory from Fabiano Caruana in this last game. Well, we have to hand it to both these Americans for giving us such inspired performances.
Well, it was breathtaking what was going on today. The way Hikaru starting out from his opening choice, and after that, once he got the opportunity, one mistake was enough for Caruana to practically lose the opportunity to win the tournament, after the fact that he played so well, incredibly well, and he would have been deserving the victory. But this is chess, this is sport where you make one mistake, and if you play against some of the very best players in the world, sometimes it's enough one mistake to lose all your hope.
Yeah, heartbreaking end for Caruana, but we also have to say congratulations to Hikaru Nakamura, for his performance. Remarkable that he didn't lose a single classical game. He just kept fighting at every single opportunity. And we saw simply this evening, how, focused he was to actually give it his all and try to beat Fabiano in their classical encounter.
Yeah, and I'm just most impressed by the way with which he just suffocated Caruana there. He got the advantage, of course, 2 pawns up, but he never once allowed a check, never once allowed a shred of hope or counterplay, and conversion, just perfect.
Yeah, he was so securing his point. He did not make anything which needed calculation once he had 2 pawns up. He was always securing, and little by little, with great patience, he just converted his 2 pawns.
Flawless performance by Hikaru Nakamura. And, he is 2023 Norway champion. And there's still one Armageddon game remaining. So we're going to take a short break and we'll see you on the other side.
International Master Danny Wrench back again, Chief Chess Officer, bringing you chess terminology. Let's dive right into one of everybody's favorite tactics, if I might be so bold, because it's surprising. It's something that never fails to deliver shock value and excitement, whether you're watching a broadcast or just reviewing some famous chess games. And that is the process of an under promotion. When you move a pawn to the other side of the board, almost always you're looking to get a queen. But the rare times where it's better to get something else, or perhaps even required in order to maybe not stalemate your opponent or keep your winning chances alive, are some of the most fascinating, exciting moments in chess. So with that, let's dive into what under promotion is and show you some of my favorite examples. Under promotion, as we said, is the process of promoting a pawn, but not to the most obvious or most powerful type of piece, which is usually the queen. In this famous example between Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik, the fact that Hikaru was winning is only because he under promotes on c8 to a knight. That move comes with check on the black king, so that on the next turn, white can capture the e2 pawn. It should be noted that if Hikaru had queened, black would actually go on to win, because now black queens with check, and ultimately Kramnik would have been able to not just save, but actually win this game. An under promotion tactic provided to me by our own Sam Copeland, Vice President of Content. One of his favorite examples is the move d7, and after bishop to e8, the only way to win the game is to under promote to a bishop. Under promoting to a bishop doesn't happen that often. In this particular study, it was designed to be so. The point is that if the bishop moves over to h5, we check and mate along the a4 e8 diagonal, and if the bishop moves anywhere else, white actually plays a subtle move, bishop f7 first, and there is no way to prevent checkmate on the next move. Shout out to everybody watching this video. Thank you for tuning in and enjoying our breakdown of under promotion, and we'll see you on Chess.com.
My name is Ethan Curry. We all have nicknames. Chicago is naturally where I'm born and raised, so that's how I got the name. I guess they call me the muscle. I'm the one with the passion I'm always looking for a good fight, you know. Evidently, it don't make a difference, man. There's checkmate coming up. It don't matter. What we're trying to do is to let them know, hey, we playing down here in Houston, Texas. And if you come down here half-stepping, trust me, we're going to beat you. You better bring your game.
Welcome back to the coverage of the final round of Norway Chess. And whilst we are waiting to grab Hikaru Nakamura and interview him here in the studio, he's with TV2 first, there was a lot of excitement there in some of the games. We had an Armageddon with Magnus. We also saw Tari defeat Alireza Firouzja in a very spectacular way at the end.
Yeah, it was a great day for Hikaru Nakamura, but also for Tari, getting his first win of the tournament, getting the only win by a Norwegian player in the classical portion of the event here in Stavanger. And let's just show the closing stages of that game. We earlier talked about how he had a dominating advantage, and he finished it off actually in style, ending it in a nice checkmating pattern. So let's jump in and show the closing stages there. This one finished as Hikaru was putting the finishing touches, polishing off his victory. And it was this position. It looks a bit chaotic, but with this white knight on c8, Tari was very agile here with his maneuvers and found this nice killer blow, knight to a7, actually the only directly winning move in the position, clearing the square for the rook to deliver a check on c8. And it turns out black's blockade of this passed pawn is insufficient. We saw the black rook capture this pawn, but white simply won a piece with a check, taking this bishop off the board. And just a few moves later, we saw Tari chase the black king into a corner. First, he started with a knight check, then another rook check, rook takes pawn, and now he closed the cage by advancing the white king forward. The white king stepped forward, supporting a pawn push, and here Firouzja resigned after a check from the white pawn on h4, and after king h5, rook to f6, beautiful finish from Tari. For example, pawn to b4 would now be met by rook to f5, giving up the rook, trapping this black king because it is now on an exposed diagonal. Beautiful checkmating finish there, and congratulations to Tari for finishing on a high.
Yeah, congratulations to Ariane. And well, we are still awaiting one final Armageddon game between Anish Giri and Mamedyarov. We do have our Norway champion. And what was quite nice was that when Hikaru and Fabiano Caruana left the playing hall, there was a huge round of applause from the spectators, and we got a big cheer. That's something special.
Well, I think we have to say that both players deserve it, regardless the result, because both showed an incredible performance. And we can say that I believe that I would say that Fabiano played better chess, but Nakamura was a better sport character. Because to win a last round like this, to be able to prepare, to be able to stream every day, right? To give commentaries during the game all the time, to be such a determined personality the way he is. And in the last years, he became a very mixed personality, but from professional to go streaming, feeling that he has to give so much to the audience and to the chess enthusiasts. This means that, and in the last round, who can win in a last round against anybody, but against Fabiano, who is in one of his best shape he had in this tournament. I mean, that is something we have to say. Fantastic.
Yes, and are these guys getting ready to play an Armageddon? Are they getting ready to analyze their classical game?
Anish is making the psychological attack.
Yeah, nice friendly atmosphere in the closing game of Norway Chess 2023. It will be Giri against Mamedyarov in this Armageddon, the handshake. And okay, serious faces are on. It's back to the business, and it's the Roy Lopez, the Spanish opening, and a repeat of the classical encounter.
I think this also means possibly that the players got tired and they didn't want to prepare longer, more. They said, okay, I do this, and if nothing goes wrong so badly, I just repeat it.
Yeah, we had this position earlier. Again, deja vu. And in this position earlier today, Anish Giri retreated the white queen to protect a pawn. And he's doing the same again. One of them thinks that they can improve. It has to be Anish Giri, surely. He's the one who needs to win in Armageddon. Okay, rook to d1, sliding across.
Well, there's an improvement, because in the original game, in the classical, it was the queen that retreated down to d1.
Well, probably this was the other move which Anish was thinking about, and he was hesitating which one to move, and said, okay, queen d1. In the next game, rook d1.
Yeah, we've talked about the role of seconds. Maybe he gave a quick phone call to Owen Lamy asking what he should do, and Judith, something you talked about earlier, the white queen now.
I told you that the queen could be on f4 or g3, so maybe it will be touching both squares. And after queen g3, bishop f4, making space for the bishop.
Looks beautiful for white now. Big attack on this backward d-pawn. Mamedyarov needs to strike out before this bishop lands and hits this pawn on d6.
I just don't like the knight on a6, sorry.
This knight is rather offside, especially if Mamedyarov's going to open up the king side, which he aims to do by throwing his f-pawn forward. He just wants to complicate the matter. Very logical move, but is it quick enough? That's the question. Black's king looks slightly exposed over there. No knights around, no defenders. How to continue, Judith?
Bishop f4.
Oof. Pawn hunting. We like that. He's going for the d6 pawn. And now how's Black going to defend?
g5.
Ooh. We would have loved to see that g5 fire on the board, but instead, a bunch of trades. Mamedyarov just needs to draw, remember, to clinch this Armageddon. And which way to recapture now? With the rook, queen?
With the rook. Of course, white is in a must-win situation, and white has an easy target, the pawn on e4.
Yep, this black pawn in the center is doomed long-term. It's isolated. It's likely to be surrounded, and there we go after a bishop for knight trade. Slightly surprising to me because black's knight was offside. This is the idea. He's hitting the pawn.
He wants to get a pawn.
It's worth it if you can win material.
Yeah.
And okay, that pawn defended.
Actually, the e4 pawn could have been taken.
Yeah, most likely due to pins along the e-file. White could have got away there with taking the e4 pawn, but Anish just wants to keep things simple, just creating some squares for the white king. And now the black rook re-centralizes itself by stepping back, first of all. Even if rooks and queens disappear from this board, it looks like white has great chances. That black bishop, not too impressive. What do we think? Is Anish going to take this game?
One move earlier, if you would have asked me, I would say yes. Now I think h3, somehow it's a little slow.
Yeah, h3 very slow, and that's definitely a blitz rapid type of move.
Well, yeah, I understand that Anish wanted to gain time, and h3 is always good, but maybe not good enough.
And now it's not so easy for white to go after this pawn instead. Anish, okay, steps back. He's going to blockade black's isolated pawn in the center by planting his knight on the beautiful outpost on e3, where it will never, ever be challenged.
Excellent strategy, I have to say. And okay, the rooks do leave the board, but there you go. The knight is a beautiful blockader, and there it is. And I was wondering about this, would there be a trade of absolutely everything and then you'd leave a knight against bishop?
Yeah, it's cynical, but it could be effective. Queen and knight as well. The combo against queen and bishop do tend to at least be easier to play with, and black's bishop will be stuck behind its pawns for a long, long time. So trading rooks reluctant here for Mamedyarov, but he might have to, lest he cede the d-file. What to go for? Okay, rooks are off the board. White's knight temporarily offside, but black has some issues with his king, so you can't venture too far with the black queen.
Well, I wonder how white really going to be winning if black goes h6, then b5, a4, let's say he stabilizes his pawn structure. I understand that the knight on e3 is extremely well placed and it's blockading the e3, but to move forward, it will be not easy at all.
Yeah, but how does black immediately deal with his king? Okay, we get an answer. Now any queen check, okay, which has just happened, will be met by a block from the black bishop, I guess, or the black king can poke its head out. Ooh, I just fear, yeah, queen and bishop versus queen and knight. Like you say, Judith, it might be hard to make progress, but it's got to watch out for all those forks for the rest of time.
I'm surprised with king g8. I was expecting definitely to be played h6 and king h7.
The bishop on g6 would have been hanging, so some issues.
Oh, king coming out.
That's a different
f7.
story, because once knight c4, e5 can show up.
Ooh, the knight is coming in.
Yeah.
Watch out on the dark squares. That's why the bishop here is not the best piece, simply. White's knight is coming in.
Nice idea by Anish.
Yeah. Okay, pawn to a4 on the board. Mamedyarov just doesn't want to drop any pawns, but look at the evaluation bar. It's level material, yet the computer thinks that white is winning. Surely based on an attack against the black king. No, Anish goes pawn hunting.
Oh.
Clinical. I thought that he would introduce his knight, but no, absolutely not. Material is the key point. Greed is good. And in the meantime, we are going to continue with this.
Yep.
I have some good news.
Very good news here in the studio. We are about to be joined by a very special guest. Meanwhile, Anish has gone a pawn up in this Armageddon game, and he looks in full control. Black is really stuck here while white continues to advance his queenside majority. It looks like Anish should convert this. Also a 4.5 minute time advantage. Not much hope for Shaq.
Not much hope for Shaq indeed. And there you can see the bar going all the way over to white side. Good news for Anish Giri's fans who, well, we'll see Anish probably pick up 1.5 points. But as David mentioned, it is good news for us here in the studio as we are joined by Norway Chess winner 2023, Hikaru Nakamura. And wow, how are you feeling after such an epic final round game?
From the start, so it wasn't super nerve-wracking except for a couple of moments in the game, but overall, I mean, it was just very I don't want to say easy, but it was definitely in my control the whole way, and it was just quite nice that Fabiano made a blunder, and I found some good moves and it worked out.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned in your confessional the reason why you chose the fried liver attack, about how it was kind of almost like a tribute to your second, Chris Littlejohn, and how he'd helped you prepare this in 2009.
Yeah.
Was it just to get those good memories going, or did you kind of detect something in Fabiano's kind of play?
Well, I mean, I think the main thing is that when I play this opening in a must-win situation, there are a lot of variations which didn't occur in the game today, which can be extremely sharp, where it's almost like you just have to play on your own and just hope that you can remember like 30 moves. I don't need to say what the variations are. David obviously knows. But basically, because it was must-win, I didn't mind going for that. And then Fabiano played this knight f4, which did not completely surprise me. But as I said in my notes before the game, the one thing that I remembered very clearly was that in all the variations with c5, well, not all of them, but the variations with c5, that you're supposed to go bishop a3 and then knight e4, specifically because knight e4, bishop f8, bishop a3 allows f5. And so I remembered that, and then of course I was still in my preparation, and Fabiano played this f5 move, which definitely surprised me. It was not what I was expecting. But I think the main point, and we didn't talk much after the game, but I think the main point is that if the rook's on a1, like if you just randomly, I don't know, put the rook on a1 and play h3, for example, in this position instead of rook c1, yeah, like say h3, f5, knight takes c5. I think there's something with like queen a5. I think maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think there's something like queen a5 here, and it's different. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is bad too. But I just remember there's something with this whereas in the game, if we get to this position after rook c1, f5, knight c5, queen a5, that I think knight g5 is just probably winning there. And I think this is what Fabiano missed. I think he missed that knight g5 is just extremely strong. And yeah, well, we can see from the bar that it's just game over. And after that, it was just a big struggle. And I don't think Fabiano really had great chances anywhere. I mean, he was trying to put up a good defense, but it was just very unpleasant the whole way. So it's what it is. And then yeah, as far as the preparation goes, I mean, besides just picking it, I mean, there's someone else I work with also. There's a German grandmaster, and he had mentioned something along these lines to me about this bishop d3 move a couple months ago. And it was funny because he wasn't even aware that I had played this in 2009. And I mean, I'm getting to the point now where there are games that I've played that people just forget that I played things. It's like, I remember there was an Olympiad where Wesley and I were teammates. I forget which one it was, maybe 2016, 2018. And I played the Queen's Gambit Accepted against Van Whaley. And after the game, we were having our team meeting. Wesley's like, oh, you played the Queen's Gambit Accepted. Because Wesley had not seen that I had played about 6 or 7 years earlier, and it's getting to the point where there are all these different things that I played in another lifetime ago, and sometimes it's fun to bring them back, and I think people just forget that sometimes I played. I think Fabiano probably also was completely unaware because in 2009 he was playing for Italy, so I think he probably just wasn't aware of that game altogether, and it's just fun to sometimes pull these old games out, especially or these old variations out because. That game specifically was very monumental. I think it was helpful in terms of my career, winning a second U.S. championship, but also I think winning that U.S. championship has certainly, I think, led to a lot of the great things that happened in St. Louis down the road as well for the chess community. And I think, you know, it's just great that I could win with this Bishop D3 idea again.
Nice touch. And what do you think were the kind of crucial elements to your success here?
I think the bottom line is the fact that there's no pressure on me versus all the other players where there's a massive amount of pressure. I mean, I think for Fabiano, the idea of finishing second here, or finishing this tournament, being second in the world, could mean a lot in terms of qualifying for the candidates. Additionally, I mean, I think there maybe are FIDE Circuit Tour points, all these other things that just don't, I just don't even think about them. I mean, if I have a chance to qualify, I'll try, but it's really just not on my radar whatsoever. And so I think the fact that everybody else has this massive pressure, it makes it a lot harder for them. Whereas for me, I mean, if I do something stupid and lose, I can always just go back to streaming. So it's a win-win.
And if you do find yourself number 2 in the world, qualifying to the next stage, it's just, you'll deal with that when it comes to it.
Yeah, I mean, if it happens, it happens. I mean, I don't even know the regulations because I think it's something like you have to play 4 tournaments or something like that. I think I've played 2 so far this year, if I'm not mistaken. Again, I don't know what the situation is with the American Cup. You know, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It doesn't change my life all that much. I just keep doing what I'm doing.
And how do you find the energy to not only play chess, which is quite hardcore, but also stream, to go on YouTube, do your videos, and play Entitled Tuesday as well?
Well, like I said, and I've said it before, but I think you know, I do consider myself a streamer first. All this other stuff, I consider it's something that I've been doing nonstop for the last 3 years, pretty much. And playing chess is rather strange. It's not something I've been doing for the last 3 years. So, you know, I think mainly it's just my enthusiasm for chess. I've always had it, and I think certainly for me, because I'm not playing that many classical games, it's actually quite exciting to see these positions in these various openings on the board. Whereas, you know, if I was playing in the Grand Chess Tour and all these other events, I probably would have seen like 20 Berlins over the last month and a half, and I'd be sick of chess. So it helps a lot that that I'm able to do all these different things.
Several times when you went into the confessional booth, you started out that, well, I'm bored. What does that mean in that situation?
Well, I think anytime that you're able to blitz out 20 moves and your opponent goes into a deep think, and this happens fairly frequently, including a game against David, where actually I think David used about an hour 50 minutes for 20 moves, but he was able to blitz out all the correct moves and draw the game in that Grunfeld.
I remember.
But I think, yeah, so it's like when you're in your prep and you're just sitting there waiting for your opponent to move, you don't really know what to do. Because on the one hand, like you're waiting for your opponent to play the move that you expect. But on the other hand, when they play a different move, it's very difficult because you're sort of zoned out. It's just you're playing all these moves by memory. And it's just, that's probably why I went into the confessional booth I think I went 2 times in the first 20 or 25 minutes. Because yeah, I'm just waiting for a move from Fabiano, and then fortunately when he deviated, it was a bad move. But it's boring. I'm used to talking and doing things all the time, and then I have to sit there for 20 minutes waiting for a move.
Is it going to the confessional booth? Is it also a stress relief time for you there?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's about stress relief. I don't really feel any stress or pressure at all. I think it's more that for me, looking at the bigger picture, it's something that is beneficial for the audience. I think, once again, when you look at the games, there are really only 2 ways that someone who's a casual player can understand. Either that's through the live commentary or that's through the evaluation bar. And the thing is, when you hear it from the players are not computers, as we see with all these double question mark moves in every single game pretty much. But when you hear what the players are saying, you get their true, honest opinion of how they feel. And I think certainly that's something that has been lost with the engine, because what people say both, before the game, after the game, it's always sort of affected by what the computers say about the various critical moments during the game. And so I just think it's beneficial, and that's the main reason I do it. Actually, it has nothing to do with relieving stress or anything like that. I just do it because I think it's good for the fans.
Is it also funny for you that you're judging practically all the games, you're giving your opinion several times during the game, and after that looking back whether you were right in evaluation and seeing your game and the others as well?
Well, I think actually I've been pretty right. I mean, there's the one round specifically, the one where Fabiano beat Alireza, where I think I said exactly what happened in the game, where it's I think if Fabi can get the king to f7, he's just going to win, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, I think in general, most of us are going to have pretty similar viewpoints. But again, as far as my own games, I think my general judgment was pretty good, and I was pretty close to being accurate. Not always in terms of what the evaluation 100% was, but where the critical moments were. And I think certainly even when I stream, you see that too, where I can sort of sense what the critical moments are, and that's probably the most important thing in chess, whether it's in blitz, whether it's in classical. And I mean, I think everybody enjoyed it, so it's all good.
Yeah, it was clear that you understood what's going on, not only in your game, but other games also. But does this also give you self-confidence day by day?
I don't know about self-confidence. I think it's more that I just try to show up and play good chess. And, I think the fact that I am enjoying the games from the start makes the biggest difference versus I think a lot of the other players, where they feel like it's a job they've been studying over and over for weeks on end now with all these other events going on. And I think, yeah, that's the thing, is that for me, when I just play a Sicilian even, I'm just excited to play it because I'm not going to have another opportunity for a couple of months to play classical chess. So I just enjoy it, and I think for me that actually is what makes it so enjoyable and leads to all the good vibes and everything else that go along with that.
But do you enjoy the whole process? Because of course it's not just about playing a game, it's also preparing, it's also about keeping fit and the whole shebang.
Yeah, I mean, I do what I can. I mean, last night I was already studying for the game today. I was studying a lot harder, I would say, for this last round game than some of the other games for sure. Yeah, it's a process, but at the end of the day, the preparation seems to be good enough, and I seem to be playing well if I survive the opening phase of the game. And yeah, I mean, I said it before the tournament began that sooner or later I expect to have a bad result in classical, but for whatever reason I think I'm playing better in classical than I am playing in blitz or rapid in probably the last 6 months. So I enjoy all of it, and I'm sure when I have a bad result we'll see if I feel the same way, but so far whatever I'm doing seems to be working.
Certainly. And I also had a question about Norway in general, about Stavanger. What makes Norway Chess so special?
Well, I think in terms of organization, it's the best organized tournament in the world. I think the conditions are really second to none. The organizers do all they can. They have these nice cars that they provide, so you can go wherever you want around the city. it's very scenic with the lake here, and people are just very friendly in general. I think it's been kind of wild because coming here to Norway, I came a few days early for the Chess Champions Tour event before this, and I go to the supermarket and I'm just figuring, well, I'm in Norway, it's not that big of a deal because I've been here before. But this time around, I mean, it seems like everybody recognizes me no matter where I go, and I think it's really great to see what Magnus has done for chess, what the organizers have done here locally to make this tournament so big. I think it's certainly an event that everybody follows, and I've always had a great time here, and to finally win it makes it extra special this time around. So it's all amazing.
I can tell you have a lot of fans who watch your streams here in Norway.
I do what I can.
I've spoken to a lot of people on the plane and they say, oh, we watch Hikaru streams. So you are growing the game for sure.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
On that note, Hikaru, do you have any words of advice for any aspiring streamers, either at home or maybe in the studio, just asking for a friend?
I think if there's one thing that I would say, you have to realize that the viewers, there is a certain IQ, and I know a lot of people assume that it's very generic. You show up, you do these things, but I think certainly first and foremost you have to enjoy what you're doing. I think if you have a passion or you enjoy whatever game it is, even if it's not chess, but like anything really, the viewers will see that and they'll understand that. And if you're being very fake, I think they actually will see through that. So the main thing is just to have a passion for what you're doing and really enjoy it. That is probably the single biggest piece of advice that I would give, is just enjoy it and have fun with the community that you're trying to build.
And I also have some questions from chat asking, will you play in the World Cup?
No, I'm not playing there. I have other summer plans already, so I'm not going to be playing the World Cup.
Oh, are you going to enlighten us as to these chess plans?
I mean, well, first of all, I have to go stream, and then I'll figure it all out. But I have stuff coming up.
Oh, okay. And do you have any educational things on the horizon? Like Fabiano mentioned, he had a chessable course.
Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, at some point I'm supposed to do a Chessable course, but Chess.com hasn't like reached out to me about that yet. So I don't even know what the deal is with that. I think, for me as a streamer, the biggest thing is I just make sure that I show up and I do what I'm supposed to do. I show up and I stream, and that's really all that I worry about. Even with this tournament before I came here, I didn't know what the time control was. I knew what the general schedule was with the rounds and everything, but I didn't know the time control. I didn't know, the Armageddon format, any of this stuff. I just made sure to show up. That's really where my head is at these days.
Uh-huh. And you did know the rule that you didn't need to notate.
No, I didn't know that either. Yeah, because my game against Gukesh was pretty messy. I think both of us were notating when apparently we didn't have to. I mean, I could have sworn, though, when FIDE added the increment many years ago, I thought it was just automatic. You have to record no matter what. And so it was a little bit confusing, but I guess you live and you learn. The rules change over time.
I want to ask one more thing. You're the person who is changing the chess community quite a bit with your stream. How do you visualize, let's say, the chess community and the world in 5 years?
Well, I mean, it's very hard to tell where things are going. I think right now we have a lot of tournaments. All the top players are very competitive. They're playing almost year round. So I think from a financial standpoint, that's very good. Will there continue to be more tournaments? It's hard to tell. I think actually at the moment, and personally, I think there are probably a few too many actually. So we'll see what happens with that. But I think chess is only going to continue to remain popular. I think between myself, Magnus, and others, I think people really enjoy watching chess, and I don't think that's going to change. I'm really excited to see what happens with the juniors. I think Gukesh, for example, I think finishes third, if I'm not mistaken. He had a very impressive event here, and I think maybe we'll see someone finally dethrone Vichy after God knows how many years as India's #1. But I think the future is very bright with all these juniors who are up and coming.
And what about the time control? Do you think it's going to lead to shorter time control, more popular, or we stick to classical?
I mean, I thought this time control was very good. I think around where we're at, 2 hours roughly for the whole game, or maybe a little bit less makes sense. I don't think, I mean, the notion of, say, the old controls 40 and 2, 20 and 1, and then sudden death 30 or something along those lines, even with increment, I think that's probably too much time at this point. So I think we're going to see around what we're at, or maybe a little bit lower. But I don't think we're going to see longer time controls. I just think for the fans, it's not great. And certainly at the end of the day, even for me as someone who's spent my life playing chess, I don't actually watch games for 7 hours. I can't do it. I can spend maybe 30 minutes, 1 hour doing it. And so to think that the casual fan, which really is the target audience, will spend 7 hours is just not realistic. And so I think games that go about maybe 2 to 4 hours around what these games were is probably the sweet spot.
Mm-hmm. And we actually have a question from chat from Kristomir Rakov, who says, what did you say to Fabi right after he resigned? Because obviously it was a heartbreaking end to his tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we were just discussing the game. I was basically talking about the whole knight e4 bishop a3, and it's always terrible when that happens. Like I had a game I think against Wesley some years back in St. Louis in a Catalan where basically I confused an order, I played the wrong sequence versus the exact setup he did. Whereas if I'd done it the other way versus a different setup, it would have been fine. So we were just discussing the whole situation with this bishop a3 knight e4 and then this knight takes c5. That's all we're talking about. So it was just very chess specific.
Okay, and I have to say congratulations once again for becoming Norway Chess Champion 2023, and also for entertaining us all with not only your confessions but your magnificent chess as well. And well, amazing performance, and well done. And thank you very much for joining us in the studio and sharing with us your thoughts.
Thank you so much. It was great being here.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh. And we're lucky to have the thoughts of Hikaru. I mean, such a magnificent winner. Very worthy winner at the end. You know, didn't lose a single classical game. Played a perfect final round game. And there we can see the final standing. And Hikaru Nakamura with 16.5 points out of 27 wins 750,000 krona, which translates to $75,000. Sneaking past Fabiano Caruana, who finishes in second place with 16 points out of 27. And 17-year-old Gukash had the tournament of his life as he finished in third place with 14.5 points out of 27. Anish Giri and Wesley So in fourth and fifth. And what an incredible 9 days it's been.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we had an amazing classical games, but we have to point out that in classical games there were not so many decisive games. Before the round it was equally 7 white, 7 black victory, and well, this today we had 2 games of classical game which decided. So it was very interesting. We did not feel that there is so little decisive games because we had the Armageddon, which kept us entertained, and it was a very rough tournament, I think, for the players. You could see that they got tired, and what a turnover, what happened in the last game. I mean, that was amazing.
Yeah, it certainly was. And David, were you entertained?
Of course, Jovanka, it's been a pleasure to commentate. First of all, with the two of you, Jovanka, Judith, thank you. I think the Blitz tournament set the tone for this event. It was fast, it was furious. Already lots of upsets before the classical chess started, and just the way it was unpredictable, the way the players were entertaining us with these crazy openings. We saw everything. We saw the King's Gambit, we saw the fried liver attack just from Hikaru alone. And yeah, as you say, Judith, the tournament had it all. Even if the classical sometimes wasn't the most exciting, the Armageddon really topped it off. So the format here at Norway Chess, yeah, it really fulfilled all expectations and more.
Absolutely. It was very special, full of action. And talking about action, there is still action to come, because on Monday we have the Champions Chess Tour play-ins. And guess who is playing? Magnus Carlsen. He will be trying his luck against all the titled grandmasters in the world, as they can all enter the play-ins. So we'll see what happens there. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And as the curtain falls on the 11th edition of Norway Chess 2023, we're going to bid farewell to all those intense chess battles, all those fantastic moments. Judith, David, it's been an absolute privilege to be sitting here commentating alongside 2 legends of the game. And I'd also like to thank the crew. That's Big, Thaddeus, Mike, Chetel, and Hala, and so many more names. You've all been awesome. Thank you very much. And last but not least, I'd like to thank everyone at home for watching in, being part of this incredible event every step of the way. So until the next time, goodbye.